Alright, how's it going? How's it going? Let's do some testing because, whoop. Well, what do you want to do? Maybe? Or maybe not. It's hard to look myself in a inverted thing and to be able to see myself correctly. Okay. There seems to be some background noise. Let me just see if it passes through. Noise. Let me just see if it passes through. Noise. Let me just see if it passes through. Noise. Let me just see if it passes through. Noise. Let me just... No, we don't hear it. Alright. Alright. Let's get started with our day. Let's yap. Not this one, this one. Okay. Okay. Here we go, here we go. Here we go. Alright. Kearney defends new pipeline in face of questions over wildfires, climate. Yes, the National Post. Really? Really? You're talking about that? Okay. Okay. Cool. Let's go check our YouTube. God damn, that's intense. Oh, and they're stopped in the middle of this. Holy.
Hello, Jody, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you there. I'm telling them you were notching up.
Yeah, this has got to move quick here.
National Railway says the workers on board a train cab surrounded by wildfire flames near Armstrong, Ontario on Monday did get out safely. Footage taken by the crew showing the flames quickly went viral on social media, leading to calls for accountability from CN. And Marc-André Gauthier is a director of communications at Teamsters Canada, and he joins us from Montreal.
Well, okay. I'm not liking this then. The thing is, like, we just know there's not going to be any... Well, you know what? Let's listen to it. But my issue is that when you have these people are the representative of the employees. So they're always going to make it sound as if the employer is going to, like, send them to a death and they don't give a shit. But in reality, there's like 1,500 ways that I can see this situation being, well, it's not good, but being a reasonable issue. So by that I mean, if there's wildfires and they spread fast, it's not as if you can just end any train passing through somewhere where there is wildfire near. But the wildfire might be there in between like the 15 minutes that it takes for you to get there. So there is a reasonable way where this can happen, and it's like if it's still safe for them to pass through, nobody gives a shit. But here the big question is, was it safe, and why were they stopped in the middle of this? But I feel like we're not going to talk about any of that, and we're just going to say like, oh, they're passing by fires and they shouldn't, which is like, yeah. I'm sorry, if you go with that standard, I don't know, can we have a wildfire map Canada by the government? Holy, gotta love it. So like those are all fires. Oh, we can ask for the layers. M3 fire parameter estimate. Okay, so here we have fires, I guess. Yeah, okay. So the burned part are the fires. But like, go tell me if we go look at like CN Rail Network. Go tell me that there's no rail passing there. Of course there is. So we have the lake Nipigon, whatever. And like it passes there. The fire is there, so that's literally the rail here. So like it's like I understand how if it's actively burning and it's unsafe, no train should pass. But also, if we're talking about a situation, I think we have a rail here. Like we have a rail here, or oh, that's the best fucking thing. So like we have a rail here, it's passing by. If the fire is like over here, do we say nothing passes here? Like this would be a little bit unhinged, right? You cannot just stop everything because there's a fire nearby, or else nothing will move through the country. Like a lot of our country is in fire right now. We just got to live with this. Like I know that it's bad. I know that we need to seek to, well, fix is not the right word, but to mitigate and prevent it from like destroying the whole ecosystem, because fires are going to happen. They're going to burn. Like this is just a reality we have to contend with. No matter what, there's going to be forest fires. The issue, or the thing that we have to think about is more, let's make sure that we don't destroy a bunch of things that we don't want to destroy. So let's see. Look, I could be surprised.
Start with those employees and what they had to do during that incident. What can you tell us about their experience?
Well, we're still awaiting so many details. Like like you guys say in journalism, it's a developing situation still for this later. From what we understand, they were stuck basically surrounded by flames. There was CN basically tried to rescue them with some sort of pickup trucks that are modified to go on rails. You've probably seen them before. And that vehicle itself got struck, so they ended up having to flee on foot for a couple of kilometers until they could be rescued. It's very concerning.
I want to hear a little bit more about that experience that they
So he has no additional information. That's what I get from that.
had to escape on foot.
Like what he said is they tried to rescue them, they were not able to. That's very fucking bad. Let's not go to this, like let's not lie about that, right? There's no need to. Let's just look at the situation. Do we know if it was reasonable to send them there in the first place? Was it like, no?
What else can you tell me about what happened?
She's digging. She's like, what the fuck are you there
Basically, they had
for?
to abandon the train, so to speak, and run for their lives, for lack of better words. They had to be treated for inhaling all that dust and particles from the fires. And thankfully, they're safe now. They have been treated. They'll be okay. It's just a very, like I said, concerning and probably very frightening situation.
And from what I understand, a planned rescue did not work. Tell us about that.
The only details we have right now is that, like I said, CN sent some sort of pickup truck modified to go on the rails. We see them all the time, and that truck caught fire before reaching them out. So that plan was rapidly abandoned, and they ended up having to flee on foot.
I don't know. I'm kind of surprised that they don't have. I'm delayed on this. I'm kind of surprised that they don't have any mask. Like if they, well, I guess a mask wouldn't help with the smoke itself, but it would only help with the particles. I don't know. I would expect like those people have to work no matter what, right? There could be the worst fucking smog. There could be the worst. Like it doesn't really happen in Canada other than forest fires, but like. No matter the situation, they must be there. They must drive the fucking train. So, I don't know. But also we see like it seems that there, somehow the train itself was, well, fairly protected. I don't know.
And Marc-Andre, Kiwatinong NDP MPP Sol.
Like, of course, that level of fire can never be mitigated, no matter how, like, big your fucking, your fucking train is, but they seem to not like be fucking cooking right now, even though it's hell outside.
Our Thunder Bay CBC bureau that the employee who filmed this video fears that he might get in trouble, as videoing is against company policy. Have you or the union talked to CN Rail regarding this and about that incident in general?
Well, I mean,
for now we haven't had had much contact with CN regarding this. What we know is that there have been no disciplinary measures so far. We haven't heard anything about that. And you guys can make sure that if anything happens to our members, we're going to defend them. But like I said, so far, we haven't heard nothing of that.
Okay. He's fair.
And as I said earlier, I mean, it's incredible video. It's shocking.
And there should be
video.
nothing
It's
happening,
no
right?
wonder
It's an
that it did go viral.
like that's a big situation. You cannot expect someone to be in a fucking in the train conductor seat, be kind of cooking, and not like be okay. Look, I'm going to film this. Fuck this. Like everyone would do it. So, like let's not pretend that there should be disciplinary measures. Like I'm all in for following all the protocols and shit, but like we're not talking about filming just things that are not yours or no, you're cooking. This is your life, right?
Can you tell me whether employees have gotten any kind of support given how traumatic that experience must have been?
Well, we sure hope they get some support.
He doesn't have information. That's kind of sad.
Unfortunately, they have had support from our union, of course. Our priority is always to defend our members, and that's why we've asked CN to be accountable for that situation.
Like, that's my issue. Like, what he's saying, it doesn't even match, right? If they had support, he would have answers to his questions, right? He would be able to tell everything that happened. He would be, but no, like, his organization, he says that they gave support. He has no proof of that, and he has no proof if there was support from CN. So it's just dumb. It's just dumb. I don't know. Like he's being fair. He's not saying like that they're evil and shit. But it's like this is such a like what's the point of doing an interview with someone that doesn't have any information? This happens sometime, and it's just sad. Oh man. You know what? Let's go look at the Conservatives for for our climate policy while we game, okay? While we game.
Well, we're finally
I'm gonna die. We're gonna we're gonna fucking die. All right. And let's get TTS going. Let's get that TTS going. I liked gaming yesterday on stream. That was fun. Fun. Like it might not be the most entertaining thing to watch, but who gives a shit? Let me have fun. All right, TTS is going. Let's get OBS to be in gaming mode. Here we go. And you know what? One thing I didn't have was this. And by this I mean the chat. Can I do an always on top thing? Keep above other. Alright. So I have my live chat that I can see. Let's make sure that this is working. Okay, this looks good.
number one. No, Toronto doesn't have the most beautiful condos. It doesn't have the freest, fastest moving traffic. It has the worst air quality of anywhere in the world the last few days. These wildfires shaking up Canada's largest city and maybe our politics too. To break it all down, I'm joined by Sean Spear, co-founder and editor-at-large at The Hub, here in studio for today's Hub Hit. Hey, Sean.
Hey, Roger.
So let's talk about this. You are a Thunder Bay native, so your family, your parents back home in Thunder Bay are really dealing with the brunt of this. In fact, have been dealing with it for weeks. It's suddenly a national story, though, Sean, right now, because guess what? It's happening in Toronto. Tell us about Thunder
Well,
Bay.
I mean,
What's going on
it
there?
is every year,
And
even
what's
in
the
Alberta.
reaction
So
maybe there to the fact that this suddenly does become a story because people in Toronto are coughing and wheezing and rubbing their eyes.
I mean,
yeah,
what
I see where
a
you're going with this. I wasn't sure with that.
bro, what a I think that's kind of retarded, right? We know every year before they even happen that there's going to be forest fires. We talk about it every year, and like this idea that it's only important when it happens in Toronto. Internationally, yeah, and internationally it's only important when it's Toronto or the US, but like let's not fucking pretend that nobody gives a shit before, right? A few years back we had like some big fires in Alberta. Everyone gave a shit. Like when we have the fires that are starting sometime in Manitoba, for some reason it seems that it was worse for the previous year over there. It started there. Well, we were talking about it. Quebec is a little bit more lucky, but there's some part of it that is burning down sometime. There's not as much people there, so of course we hear less about it, but like in Quebec we're going to say like, oh, Quebec 2 is burning, even though it doesn't affect that much people. But yeah, like that's just a narrative that isn't true.
That introduction, how you intended to speak. Yeah, it's really remarkable. Growing up in northwestern Ontario, one grows accustomed to forest fires in the summer. Everyone knows someone who spent a summer earning money fighting forest fires, for instance. But I at age 44, I have to think this is amongst the closest it's ever been to my parents. The fire in Nipigon, which is about an hour away, is about 700 hectares or so. So the water quality, the air quality issues that people are confronting here in Toronto, of course, are even more marked in Northwestern Ontario, and it's serious. People are losing property, people are losing cottages. Entire First Nations communities have had to be evacuated to Thunder Bay, which serves as a kind of metropole for the region. So this is an issue that is touching everyone in Northern Ontario, and if anything, I suspect they're glad that there is now finally a bit of national attention to what they've been kind of suffering through mostly alone.
So
There
let's
has
talk
been,
about
but
the
okay.
politics of this. Because it has hit Southern Ontario so hard, I'm certainly hearing a lot. It's what everybody's talking about for the last 36 hours. Because again, it's like a snowstorm. If it's happening in Toronto, it must be happening everywhere. But in all seriousness, Sean, there's going to have to be some political knock-on effect to this. This is the second summer in a row now in Southern Ontario that we're coping with these significant air events, wide-scale air pollution due to these wildfires. Very hard, though, for governments to address this in any meaningful way. You've sat in a Prime Minister's office. Mark Carney so far has been pretty quiet.
Yes.
The last few days. He's coming off some big announcements on pipelines and expanding the potential capacity for the oil sands. So that kind of stands in sharp juxtaposition, you know, pro hydrocarbons, pro burn baby burn. I say that jokingly. But on the other hand, you know, we can get into it a little bit, but there's probably a climate change clue in what's happening here and what we're experiencing with the wildfires.
Yeah, there's so many different ways to take this conversation, Roger, and we can take it as long as you want because I do think it is multi-layered. I mean, let's address the climate change question. You know, I think some of our listeners and viewers will say attributing these forest fires to climate change is overstated, that there's often more kind of prosaic explanations around either forest management or even arson or whatever, and we'll wait to find out exactly what's going on. But I will say, even if this isn't attributed to climate change, the recent past tells us that it's precisely these types of events that raise the salience of the climate change issue. I remember back in 2007, 2008, soon after the Harper government had been elected with a pretty limited climate agenda, you recall that the Prime Minister put John Baird into the environment role, arguably his best minister when it came to communications, precisely because we had just come out of an uncharacteristically warm winter, and even people like my dad in Thunder Bay who aren't thinking deeply about climate change, was thinking something like a bit off here. And so I don't think it's implausible, setting aside what's really going on here, that the government is going to face increasing pressure on the climate file, particularly from its left flank, and conservative governments and conservative parties are going to face questions about climate change. I'll turn it back to you in a second, but the only other piece of the puzzle here that I think is really important to emphasize for our listeners and viewers is one we talk a lot about, and that is state capacity. You mentioned that the federal government has been mostly on the outside looking in so far. In fact, there's some evidence that the Ontario government hasn't yet requested federal support.
Oh, really?
But I don't have a lot of confidence, I don't know if you do, that the Ontario government is capable of managing something at this scale. If a place like Thunder Bay, over 100,000 people plus even more in the moment because different communities in the region have been evacuated there, had to be evacuated, that would be a major undertaking. And this is a kind of hollowed out government at Queen's Park.
Look, the big thing here, when we're saying that the government doesn't seem to talk about it or to do much about it, like, to me, the simplest way to explain that and to make sense of that is because we know that it's going to get worse. So when something starts at a 2 and you know that it's going to become a 9, you don't want to come out and to just be, okay, there's an issue and like gesture at it, and then it's worsening. It's just going to make you look so freaking bad whenever you go back and you say, okay, we're doing this, because then the opposition will be able to say, well, you didn't take the right step whenever you addressed it the first time. So it's probably a better position to be in, to be accused of ignoring it, even though you're doing everything that you normally do and you're not really ignoring it. It's probably better that you have that accusation than truly just like gesturing at it and then getting fucked by your opposition. So here, I think that both the provincial government, so Ontario in their case, and the federal, they're just waiting on it. They're just waiting that it gets worse enough where they can make a big show of force. But right now, they're just managing the crisis as best they can.
So I think it raises the salience of climate change, and it probably ultimately, over the long run, raises the salience. But what is our government's kind of basic capacity to deal with these types of emergencies?
Yeah, some reports that the Ford government has cut consistently the firefighting budget
That's
in
not good.
Ontario. And let's though touch on the climate change issue, because I think that's what the politics is going to pivot around. If we go to this graph,
like, there are some things that you should just never cut the budget of, like the people that take your taxes, so the CRA, or well, when we're talking about U.S. politics, it would be the revenue agency, the whatever the fuck. We don't care. We don't have Americans right now. We're Canadian only. But yeah, there's some places in life that you should never cut. Those who make your money, never cut them, because putting money in them makes more money than the money you cut out of them. And firefighters, the thing that burns and out of control fires cause more damage to your economy than like anything else. So why would you cut something that is like, it's not revenue generating, that's for sure, but it's definitely, it's like insurance, right? You're not going to cut your insurance on your house just because you want to cut shit, right? It's not the thing that you should cut on, because if shit hits the fan, you not having insurance, whew, that will be a big issue.
our staff have prepared. It looks at average areas burned in square kilometers from the 1970s. This is on a decade by decade basis. And look, from 2020 to 2024.
Well, they might just have changed how they manage fires.
A massive spike, double almost the first decade of this century. Now, again, that's one spike. If you go back and you look from the 1980s through to 2019, you could say that that data relatively has some continuity at around 25 to 30,000 square kilometers burned on an annual basis across Canada. On the climate issue, though, the Carney government has, I don't know, Sean, tried to walk and chew gum at the same time. They've lost Stephen Guilbeault, who was the most vocal, high-profile climate advocate, but they're also moving ahead on pipelines. They're encouraging the expansion of the oil sands in contradistinction to the Trudeau government beforehand. Do you think this event, and just generally, is creating, there's some vulnerability to the Prime Minister's flank on the environment? And if you want to think back over the last 14 months, where is the environmental agenda for this Liberal government, which seems odd considering the centrality of it to the Trudeau government and, frankly, the centrality of it to a lot of Liberal voters.
Yeah, to say nothing of Mark Carney's own political persona up until 14 months ago.
Yeah,
I think
we're
you're right.
just
As I
not
say,
in that moment.
Oftentimes, Roger, in kind of elite circles, climate gets discussed in terms of net zero and all these sorts of things. And in my experience, it's precisely these type of acute events that are what raise the salience with climate for ordinary people. If you're a mom
fair.
or a dad in the GTA and you're looking around and saying, this just doesn't seem right to me. Now, as I say, we'll get to the bottom of what's going on here. We'll no doubt some of it has to do with forest management, etc. But I think even if you're a kind of doubter of climate change, you have to be prepared to live with the fact that events
We are
like
in
these
conservative
tend to raise
circles,
the
right?
salience of climate policy and put an onus on policymakers to communicate what exactly that they would do and how they'd think about the trade-offs. As for the Liberals, I think it's a good point. Up until now, I think if we were being honest about it, the only climate policies we've seen from the government are reversing climate policies.
Yeah.
And
Well, that's true.
the Prime Minister has already walked away from the 2035 targets. One can agree or disagree about whether that's a good outcome. But I will say, if Pierre Poilievre was carrying out the policy agenda of Mark Carney right now, I assure you we'd be hearing a lot more about it from the media, climate activists, and others. And in that sense, I think you're right to connect the dots here, that an event like this may, if nothing else, shame those voices to start to call out the Carney government, and possibly, as you say, from the inside, from those caucus members themselves who came to politics partly motivated by these issues.
Yeah. It's not at this scale yet, but I think of 3 Mile Island. I think of the Japan Fukushima Daiichi reactor explosion after their set of tsunamis over a decade and a half ago. Those fundamentally changed, at least for a while, views about nuclear power in both Japan and the United States. We're not there yet, but I do think these events matter. And I agree. I think right now you can set aside debates about anthropogenic climate change, its effects. I think it's real. Is it responsible for these fires and the smoke that we're experiencing the last 2 days? That I don't think is an assessment, frankly, that anyone has the granularity of data to make. But
Well, no, I think we can safely say that it's worsening these things. Like we're seeing more of these forest fires. Everyone agrees that they're going up. Like if it's not from climate change, then like I'm sorry, I'm not going to be triggered at the idea that people would blame climate change on it. But here, again, we're just not in a moment for this. So people just don't give a shit about it right now. And like if climate change is a big issue for you, I'm sorry, but everyone know. Even Stephen Guilbeault, right? Stephen Guilbeault is that big. He's essentially the face of the Liberals' green policy. Like even it's clear in the way that he discusses things, in the way that he does things, that he completely concedes that the average Canadian does not give a shit. Now, is that like sad? Is that something that we don't like? I get it, but at the end of the day, if the people will boot you out of power for doing your climate policy, it's not a good climate policy. So that's something that we must keep in mind for whatever policy we're engineering or we're doing. So here the Liberal actually like managing to do a policy that they can still like do green things. We've talked about the AC, well, it's not really AC, the heat pump that they're helping install for the province and all that. Like these things do help the climate. The core reason why we would blame a Pierre Poilievre, but we don't blame a Liberal, is because when we look at a Liberal, we know that he's not doing this because he's horny to fuck over the climate. He's doing this because he's forced by the electorate. And we see that through everything that Mark Carney does. So, I don't know. I'm just not stressed about it. And we'll see where it goes, of course. There could be, like, there there's a standard where I would say, okay, that's too much. We're going too far, but we have not reached that standard. Like we're not there yet.
I just wondered, and I'll give you the last word here. If you're the Prime Minister and your key ridings and voting constituencies in Toronto, in Southern Ontario, are now experiencing 2 summers because these fires in and around Thunder Bay and north of there aren't going away.
Yes.
This is not just going to be 2 days, Sean. What I've seen from some analysis is that Central Canada could look a lot more like Western Canada did last year, with more intermittent but continuing wildfire, air pollution heavy days. I don't know. I think he's going to have to pivot somehow from pipelines to expanding oil sands capacity to something meaningful on climate. So final question to you, where does he go? What does he do? Because he's reduced our targets. He's effectively backed off our greenhouse gas emissions. He's bringing a pipeline to Tidewater. He's lowered Alberta's price per ton on carbon, and in other
Which
words,
they
there's
were
been a
not
lot of
following.
walking back. Where would he walk forward?
Well, he walked forward on that, right? Let's not lie. So before, Alberta was like not implementing, not doing anything with carbon, and like there was some Trudeau like plan to make sure that there was some big hike, big carbon tax there for the producers, but like they were not following it, and they were not going to follow it. So what are we talking here? Like I just don't know. People seems to have a big issue understanding the difference between something that is like already applied and going on and something that was planned to be done. Like those two things are different. They're just like you cannot, something that is planned to be done hasn't been achieved. You cannot say that it's a loss. But maybe people think that there was a way to get the Trudeau like the Trudeau carbon tax applied and all of that. But yeah, I think it is delusional.
It's a great question. He'll be able to point alongside the Ontario government to some recent announcements around nuclear energy. He'll hold up.
Yep, that's great.
Projects like the Pathways one that we've raised some doubts about. But I think that your basic premise is right. That as long as people, normies, not climate experts, but normies are walking around the GTA thinking this isn't how I remember summer. It will place real pressure on the Prime Minister and the Premier and others, I think, to respond. And I just say, as we
That's
wrap
a fair
up,
assessment.
as important as those issues are, I think the Ford government is going to face increasing pressure itself to communicate its plan to get these fires out of control, to give people in Northwestern Ontario and Northern Ontario more broadly kind of assurances that their property and their person are safe. For those who are watching these fires on television, I can tell you, talking to family back home, this is real, and we're thinking of everyone there.
Absolutely. Sean Spear, thanks for coming in for this Hub Hit.
Yeah, great talking to you.
If you're enjoying our Hub Hits, head over to our YouTube channel, 75,000 subscribers and counting. Please hit that subscribe button and join that august group. And if you're over on our podcast channel,
Like it's true. If you like it will raise the stakes of it. Let's hear them talk
somebody
about.
had a
Well, yeah,
not
that's
so
going to be
great
fun.
week this week. Well, Mark
you
Carney,
think?
Danielle Smith, and the other big superstars of Canadian politics were hammering out deals, announcing big numbers. Leader of the official opposition, Pierre
shit.
Poilievre, seems to have disappeared from the public debate. What's happening with the opposition leader this summer? What are his political prospects going into the autumn and the resumption of Parliament? To break it all down for today's roundtable, I'm joined by Sean Spear, my co-founder and editor at large. Hey, Sean.
Hey, Roger. Always great to connect.
Yeah.
Nah, fuck.
Well, let's spend a little time talking about Pierre Poilievre. plays an important role as leader of the official opposition. He heads up, Canada's second, arguably historic party, the Conservative Party of Canada. And I think it's fair to say, Sean, he did not have a good week this week in terms of the Prime Minister lapping him a couple times on some big announcements related to the MOU and pipeline. And maybe more importantly, Sean, just some growing divisions within the Conservative Party that are kind of breaking out here, there, and everywhere. What do you make so far of the summer that Pierre Poilievre has had?
I wonder.
Yeah, I think you're right to shine a light on these questions. This week, our Alberta Bureau Chief, Felice Chen, wrote a really thoughtful article that basically set out that this week amounted to Danielle Smith's best political week. If you think about securing the pipeline announcement with the Prime Minister, announcing a major new private investment in data centers as the week came to an end, and you juxtapose that with Pierre Poilievre's week. Poilievre was mostly silent on the pipeline. It creates some difficulties for him. I note that there were dozens of Liberal MPs descending on Calgary this week to participate in the stampede, far more than there has been in the past, and that reflects something that you and I have picked up, Roger, in our own travels through Alberta over the past year or so. That Mark Carney has, at least for now, solved for a lot of the animus that one found in the province towards Prime Minister Trudeau and his government. There seems to be a lot of goodwill, particularly.
I don't know. First of all, I don't know how to square his fucking accent. Okay, government. He says. Anyway, I don't know. Maybe it's just me that's narrow in how to pronounce things. But like Pierre Poilievre, the big issue is that he's not a serious person, and we are in a serious time, right? So when people are having some big issues in their life, they don't want the guy that is yelling, pointing fingers, and saying a bunch of shit. Like, Americans seems to pretend that this is what they want. They don't. It's because they don't really have an issue, right? So if they had real issues, they would absolutely go for the serious person, but they don't, so they go for the clown. And the clown right now is Pierre Poilievre, so no one is going to vote for that clown because we have issues. So here, how do we solve that? The only way to solve that is to replace the clown that is right now the leader of the opposition. The problem is, let's do that calculus from the point of view of a conservative. So if you're a conservative, your party is essentially run by that clown. You're going to lose all of your cohesion. You're going to go into a conservative civil war if you want to remove him. And it will be for what? Because essentially what you're asking your MPs to do, your representative to do right now, is to tarnish the reputation of the Liberal. And for that, I mean, Pierre Poilievre does do the trick, right? Pierre Poilievre is really good at tarnishing the Liberals. Right now, he might not look at it, but leave him a little bit more time. He's going to be able to, of course, get some hits are going to work, okay? He's going to connect. He's going to just hit the ball, and he's going to end up tarnishing the Liberals again, which is fucking sad. But in the meanwhile, there's no real advantage for the Conservative to go into that civil war, to waste their time. So, in my view, they're just going to keep it, tarnish the reputation, and if they're strategically smart, they're going to then switch him at the last moment. So they're going to wait like a few months before the election and pushing him out. Where I think they're going to do a mistake is they're not going to do that end part. They're not going to push him out. If they do that, well, good luck on them. They fucked up, and Mark Carney will win another election. What do you want me to say? But yeah, that's pretty much the idea right now. So if they're smart, they're going to push him out somewhere in the future. But right now, he's doing his job, which sadly is lying about the Prime Minister.
Business circles towards the Prime Minister, and that represents a kind of challenge to Pierre Poilievre. And then, of course, we have one of his MPs, Richard Martel, accepting a Senate appointment. Now, Roger, so far this has received less attention than some of the high-profile floor crossings of earlier in the year. But for all intents and purposes, it has the same effect. It causes the Conservatives to lose a seat in Parliament. It exposes them to a future by-election, which they are likely to lose. And perhaps most importantly, it reflects a kind of revealed preference, another proof point that those closest to Poilievre, his own caucus members, are starting to doubt his leadership and looking for off-ramps. So when you add...
People say that, but I don't think it's true, because here's the thing. A caucus is made up of people that are actually elected. The people that are not elected, they don't have a voice, right? You can maybe talk about the higher management of your party. Those people may have a voice, but apart from that, your caucus is made out of the people that were elected and that are still in the chamber. So if you go to the Senate, you're essentially removing that voice, so he's not going to pressure anymore, because that person, if he switched to the Senate, for sure he's not on the Pierre Poilievre side, right? He's not going to be the guy that goes to bat for Pierre Poilievre. So you're removing, what Mark Carney is doing, he's of course removing seats and making his majority bigger, but also he's making sure that the opposition that would organically be created inside of the Conservative be removed. Because I truly don't think that the Conservative give a shit if they lose seats. Because Pierre Poilievre is the leader of the opposition. That's what he is right now. Removing seats doesn't change that fact. And I don't think that he feels, and that his base feels, that it's an issue. So, yeah. Like, why would it be... Like, people often say, okay, if Mark Carney pushed this too far, if he removes too many people from the Conservative, if he makes Poilievre look weak enough, like, how can Poilievre look weaker than he is now? There's no way. Everything has already been done. He's managed to give a majority to another party through floor crossing. This has never happened in Canadian history. Like, I don't know what to say. You cannot be weaker than that. So, one seat for someone that goes to the Senate, I'm sorry, nobody truly gives a shit about this. I don't think it's a real issue.
Add all that up, Carney kind of taking leadership on the energy file, what had long been a Conservative advantage, Poilievre looking kind of weak on that subject, the Senate appointment, etc. I think it's fair to say that as we enter the month of July, Poilievre's leadership is facing a bigger test than it has in a long time.
Yeah. Well, let's break some of those.
I feel everyone is saying that from the outside,
down.
but
and let's
is
start
the
with
inside really
pipeline, 'cause it does
saying
put
that?
The Conservative Party and the Conservative leader in a difficult position. There was nothing, in a sense, more favorable to Pierre Poilievre in terms of pushing up his national numbers in the Justin Trudeau era than the former Prime Minister's seeming indifference, minus, obviously, the Trans Mountain Pipeline, but general indifference to the plight of resource extraction in Alberta and getting that to markets in a timely way with a regulatory regime, not just pipelines, that would support maximizing the so-called Alberta advantage.
Yes.
I don't know, Sean, is the leader of the Conservative Party simply flummoxed here? It's hard to think in the context of, you know, the last few days of announcements around this MOU. This you've mentioned it. Our intrepid correspondent Felice Chin, Hub Bureau Chief, has been at all the Calgary Stampede events, reporting back to us that there's a real buzz there around the Prime Minister, around the pipeline, around these Liberal MPs. This has got to hurt. I mean, this is Calgary. This is the stomping ground, so to speak, of this party, of this leader, and you know, the call is coming from inside the house.
Yeah, well said. And this issue has always been challenging for Poilievre, really since the original MOU was signed, because in the previous scenario, he was in lockstep with Premier Daniel Smith, arguably the other most popular Conservative in the country, litigating a case against Ottawa. In recent weeks, he's found himself offside Premier Smith, who has made the case that this MOU is in the interest of Alberta and that it was going to result in a pipeline, and now she has, at least for now, more evidence to support her case. And so in that sense, what I've noted is that in recent days, Poilievre has essentially disappeared. He's completely ceded this issue, which of course advantages Carney. So when you kind of add all this up, Roger, you just get the sense there is more unrest, more uncertainty, growing questions about Poilievre's kind of ability to get this party across the line. And I go back to Martel's Senate appointment. We know that the Liberals were circling Conservative MPs, particularly from the province of Quebec, really since the beginning of the year. The Conservatives around Poilievre would work hard to diminish or stop those overtures. And here, just as Parliament has broken for the summer, you have a Quebec MP not crossing the floor, but joining the Senate. Poilievre, I suspect, Roger, is probably pretty happy he's not having to face his caucus next week, because I suspect it would be an uncomfortable conversation.
Yeah, I'm going to get to this new this new way to floor cross into the Senate, not into the Liberal caucus. I mean, it is ingenious. But before we do, Sean, I mean, in fairness to Poilievre, I mean, what could be his response to the Carney government? I mean, Carney has kind of mowed his grass on the carbon tax, on the capital gains tax.
He disarmed him. That's true.
Pipelines. I mean, what is left of the
Defense
conservative
spending
mandate? You know, he's moved on tougher legislation related to crime and justice agenda. The Canada-U.S. relationship is just, dominated by the Prime Minister, period. It's regardless of whether it's Mark Carney or anybody else, that job inherently owns the Canada-U.S. relationship. So, we can talk a lot about Pierre Poilievre, but if someone else was wearing the belt buckle for the Conservative Party of Canada at this moment at the Calgary Stampede, what's the policy set? Where's the dig in? Where's the the vector to target some political wins?
Well,
it's such a good.
You need to play the long run. That's why I say removing Poilievre right now doesn't necessarily make sense. So right now, the time is for a serious guy, but tarnishing the Liberals, like, as much as I hate it, it is the strategic thing to do. So again, if I were a Conservative, keep Poilievre in there. Keep him until you know that there's going to be an election fairly soon, and then just swap in for a serious candidate, like someone that is essentially Mark Carney of the Conservatives. So the idea would be that Mark Carney would have fucked up something since then that you could point to, and you could say, look, this is not a government that knows how to govern. We're going to be able to do that. But I truly don't think that this person, like this serious person, doesn't exist in the Conservatives right now. So the Conservatives always have a brain drain issue where if you are someone that wants to make policy, if you are a smart person, you are not going to be able to find your match in the Conservatives. You're going to look around, see a bunch of essentially gas-guzzling retard that are going to just spew whatever propaganda they get from the US, and like there's no intellectuals in there, right? When you look at the Liberals, at least behind closed door, they have those discussions. They go and they say to themselves, okay, what's the optimal thing here for trade? What's the optimal thing here for taxes, for inflation, for all? Like, these discussions do happen at the Liberal side of things. So, like, if they don't have that structure, they kind of Trumpified their party. You cannot expect a serious person to come out of that environment. You're not going to get somebody good with shit, right? You're gonna need to have some honey. So that's the core of it. But hey, we'll see.
A good point, Roger, and it's worth emphasizing that if you think about politics, is about differentiation, and you want to differentiate on issues where you can make the case that a critical mass of Canadians are on your side. And under the previous Trudeau-led Liberal government, the Conservatives had several of those issues: inflation, affordability, a kind of general sense of economic stagnation, and a lack of attention to kind of bread and butter economic issues on the part of the Trudeau government, which was increasingly focused on the kind of excesses of climate change and identity politics and so on. And here you have Mark Carney, who's matched the Conservatives on taxes. I mean, that was amongst the first things he did as Prime Minister. He's now matched the Conservatives, or even gone further, on defense spending. He's gone about securing a pipeline deal with, as I say, arguably the most popular Conservative politician in the country, Daniel Smith. And so the Conservatives now are searching for issues of differentiation. The problem is a lot of the ones that are left over are ones that are unpopular, which is to say they can differentiate for differentiation's sake, but it risks.
Are we going to talk about abortion next?
So I think that's exactly right. I mean, the only opportunity here for the Conservatives is to kind of manufacture issues, is to create those differentiations. And it seems to me that the strongest case, but one that is not going to manifest itself in the short term, is just the gap between kind of ambition and rhetoric on one side and results on the other. That the Carney government is saying and doing a lot, and at some point it's going to prompt the question: what have we got for all of this spending, all of this action?
That would be the vector.
That's going to require.
It's not true, but
caucus members and conservative partisans
would be the vector.
That this isn't going to change overnight.
Yeah. So let's move to this latest, again, ingenious way to engineer a floor crossing instead of, asking a member to, frankly, engage in a somewhat humiliating exercise. Of floor crossings are, I think, inherently humiliating because it really shows that you have no political principles except your eyes of opportunism for yourself, and maybe you can make an argument for your constituency. But this time, Sean, into the Senate,
shows that you have principle. Like that's kind of retarded, right? That only works if, like, this way of thinking about things only works if truly Poilievre was an effective leader. And because he is not an effective leader, everyone can see that it's reasonable for someone to cross the floor because of how, like, unable he is, not able to affect his policy, affect his vision, Poilievre is. So, yeah, that was badly phrased. Floor crossing is humiliating if you do it for no reason. When there's an obvious reason that your voters can see, then it's not an humiliating thing. It is a hard thing because you're switching a lot of things into your brain, right? Because these people, to be able to follow Pierre Poilievre into the election, they have had to say to themselves, okay, I'm going to lie in order to get elected. I don't believe in like half of what this guy says, and I don't give a fuck because this small issue is important enough that I'm going to push through with it. But this person has to rewrite their brain in order to go there. That's the hard part. The hard part is not, like, if you have principles, you don't, that's not an issue. Anyway.
A nice, $250,000 salary, some staff, the ability to put your feet up on a Senate desk and, shoot the breeze about legislation out of the House and really have no consequence in terms of what you would.
I mean, we need to start making making that point, but not for the Senate, for the leader of the opposition. Isn't it a comfy life to have literally a house paid for you, like a big fucking house, have people making you meals, you're getting driven around all the time, everything is paid, you have like access to the biggest level of essentially everything in society, healthcare and all of that, because you're leader of the opposition. Isn't that like the big thing that we should talk about? Like the Senate guys, they're working on the most boring legislation, reading a bunch of shit all the time. Like that sounds boring as shit, okay? That sounds like a hard job to do, at least for someone with ADHD, okay? So, like, I don't know. To me, I would make the argument for Poilievre being the guy taking advantage here.
you and your fellow senators decide and debate. I mean, it is one of Canada's great state governmental perks. So, Sean, I mean, is this an innovation that we could expect more of in the future? Has anybody done this? I mean, it strikes me as like wildly creative and wildly effective. Pierre's down another member. Carney's up one.
Yep.
Effectively, his majority is in a way stronger as a result. Again, it's ingenious.
It is ingenious. It speaks to something we've talked a lot about in the past, which is the kind of shrewdness of Mark Carney and the people around him. This is someone who, notwithstanding the image of being a kind of technocratic bean counter, is prepared to put his elbows up, if I can use that tortured metaphor. What makes it interesting, and why I think you're right, Roger, to signal to the audience that this may not be the last time we see this, is Martel's riding is not a safe one. He won with a small margin in the last election. Given
we're going to win this.
Find themselves today, it's highly likely he would lose that seat in a subsequent election.
Yep.
There are dozens and dozens of other Conservative MPs who find themselves in the same boat, who are feeling self-conscious and insecure. They know that if this continues, they're likely to lose. Crossing the floor may be a step too far because of kind of social relations, because of kind of longstanding institutional ties to the party or whatever. So they're kind of stuck for now in this awful position of just like waiting to be judged by voters. And if if Mark Carney went to Sutherland and said, "You don't have to cross the floor, but I found a way for you to avoid that fate," I think that's a proposition that could appeal to a lot of Conservative MPs.
Yeah. So, Sean, just to wrap up the first complimentary half of today's roundtable, what do you think happens going forward? I mean, this is such a...
And look, like, I don't know why I'm helping the Conservatives here. There was a time where the Liberals were in that situation. When Justin Trudeau was in the seat, everyone hated him. I would say for bad reasons, but everyone hated him still. So, like, it was a rough time. Everyone thought that we were all going to die and that we were going to be ruled by fascist Poilievre. It ended up being a resounding no. We ended up saving that one big time. So, like, the Conservatives can stress all they want, but at the end of the day, shit ends up fixing itself if you're not a retard, if you have some kind of a plan. I don't think that the Conservative have their Mark Carney. I don't think that they have their equivalent. But look, if you're a Conservative and you truly believe that your party is smart, you're going to be able to fix that without much of an issue once the time comes. But right now, for the Liberals, you just need to make sure that as little as the it's that Poilievre is going to try to do connects. Because if more connects, and if you destroy the credibility of Carney on the greater electorate, we're going to be fucked pretty fast.
Such a miserable job right now. I'd be hard-pressed to see someone else wanting it. So in effect, doesn't Pierre Poilievre have the advantage here that he is effectively uncontested in caucus? It's hard to imagine anybody in caucus.
Yep.
Frankly, with all of his political skills.
And there's no replacement, right? In the Liberal Party, like, no matter what you want to say about it, when it was Justin Trudeau, there was other contestants that were serious. Like, there were a lot of people that could have taken the place and were absolutely, like, good for the job. The biggest example was was Freeland, right? Chrystia Freeland. Chrystia Freeland would have made an amazing prime minister. I would have been so happy for her to be the one in charge. But of course, she had that tainting of, well, being there for Trudeau, so that didn't help. But, like, just the fact that we have these people that have the skills, that have the knowledge, and we try to groom these people to well, to be future prime minister. This already shows a level of seriousness that doesn't exist in the Conservatives.
With his work ethic. I mean, there's lots about this guy that makes him the effective politician that he has been, both inside the party, and if you look at the absolute numbers of Canadians that voted Conservative in the last election, despite all the headwinds that he faced in that campaign, which were primarily the result of the Trump re-election and the
Like the headwinds, what are we talking about here? He was essentially going to be held in. Like, he was going to become fascistic leader of Canada. No one was going to oppose his ass. How can we say that it was hard for him? Like, he had the weakest fucking guy to fight against. I just don't know what we're talking about here.
The panic, the freak out that inculcated amongst Canadian voters, especially
like, you get how
voters.
retarded this is. All he had
I
to
just
do
don't see-
was to say Trump is bad, and he wouldn't do it. Like, this is such a retarded calculus to me. Your voters are going to vote Conservatives no matter what. You're not trying to convince your voter. You're not trying to convince Conservatives. Your Conservatives, you could rape them. They could still, like, they would find a way to the poll. But the people more in the middle that are on the sideline, that are unsure about whether they want to vote Conservative or Liberal, these people, you saying Trump is a bad guy and he's trying to destroy our country and I'm going to fight, they need that. Why didn't he say that? Like, anybody with a brain could have. I just don't know.
See anyone else, Sean, credibly replacing him at this moment? And maybe, again, to go back to my point, who would want this job? I mean, isn't the reality, Sean, that there's a certain stasis here until the next election? And look, I can't foretell the future better than any of our viewers or listeners, but I would think there's a relatively high certainty that if you're Mark Carney, you will want to have an election sometime while Donald Trump is still president.
Yes.
If everything lines up. So isn't the fact, and I'll throw it back to you now for the last word, Sean, isn't the reality just that, that election, the president's there until 2028, so that election probably spring 2028, there's a lot of room here for Pierre Poilievre to settle into Stornoway, to ride this out, and politics is uncertainty. That's a sine qua non. Anything can happen. Everything does happen. So maybe the upshot of all this, Sean, is just more of the same. And this is a guy who can tough it out. Pierre Poilievre has shown that again and again. Thick skin. He can tough this out. And we're in a kind of stasis from now until the next election, which I forecast, again, will be before Donald Trump has left the Oval Office.
Yeah, I'll say a few things just to wrap up. First, one that aligns with you. Not only has Poilievre achieved pretty extraordinary numbers for the Conservatives, built inroads in with new and different types of voters. We saw this week that the party spent something like $100 million in the context of the last election, eclipsing what the Liberals spent.
Yeah, and they're in a deficit.
Poilievre and the rest of his team, a fundraising machine with significant financial resources. The two risks, it seems to me, is one, that he doesn't face internal challengers per se, but that we continue to see Conservative MPs, including MP Jamil Javani, push the boundaries further and further when it comes to freelancing.
Well, the problem with that is, how can he control his caucus? Like, Jamil Javani went out when it was Pride and called essentially gays degenerate. So, what are we talking about here? Like, he doesn't control his caucus. He hasn't even, like, normally, under an healthy party, you would get out and say, look, what Jamil says is over the line. We are reviewing if he's fit for this party, and we're going to hit him with the stick. Okay, you don't do that. You don't say that gays are degenerate, right? That's just not something that you can do. But he doesn't have any control. Like, what the fuck do you want him to do? Anyway.
And that Polyev feels constrained or limited to kind of bring them in line. And the risk, of course, to a lot of parliamentary leaders in the past, Rudyard, is not someone coming and shooting the king so much as a king just diminished over time. And then just relatedly, the last
He's
thing
already
I'll say
diminished.
is narratives are powerful in politics.
I'll go,
So, my advice to Pierre Polyev is take a bit of time this summer. As you say, he's in a marathon, not a sprint. That may mean that July or August or whatever, we hear and see a little bit less of him, but he needs to come back in the fall, energized, with a plan to build some momentum and kind of arrest this narrative that he can't win the next election, that he's under siege, that his own caucus members are themselves restless. If he doesn't solve for that soon, sometimes, as you know, Roger, political narratives can kind of take on a life of their own. And so that's why I think this summer is an important moment for him to kind of recharge and find those ways to differentiate from the government and breathe some life into his leadership and his caucus.
Yeah, and to the credit to him and the Conservative Party, they have instituted the Reform Act, so he can be removed by a vote of caucus at any time, according to the rules of the Act. So things are in play. Sean, we're going to say goodbye to our complimentary listeners and viewers for this first half of the roundtable. If you want to join Sean and me each and every week for the back half, exclusive to Hub subscribers, where we dig into more of the issues and ideas animating the week.
So, like, my core issue here is that we could have a real conservative party, right? We could have a conservative party that, let's just choose a new video. Oh, that's a fun one to listen. We're gonna listen to this. I want a vibe. But like, if you wanted to have a real conservative party, what you would do is you would have a leader. Like, this is not going to happen. The conservatives are too brain dead for this. But you would have a leader that would come out right now, and that leader would say, Prime Minister, I know that we disagree on a lot, but on trade, I am there with you. I will do what you ask me to do. I support you on trade. Go give hell to Donald Trump. Go fuck him up. And that would give so much, like, confidence into the conservative, because right now the conservative are denying reality and people see it. People feel like, people know that trade is being impacted. People are losing their job. It's affecting everybody. And they just essentially are saying that Carney is doing it for fun, which everyone with a brain knows it's not true. So, like, oh, okay, he needs me. So, like, what the... Why... Okay, I need to stop being surprised. They're retarded. But, technically, come out, just say, yes, give him a hell on that. And on the projects like pipeline, like anything that is resource extraction, your people love that. So instead of getting hit by essentially saying he's not doing enough, and the conservative being like, well, I have the choice between the guy who actually does it and the guy who just complains all the time, you can come out and say, all right, we disagree on a lot. I think you can go further than that, but you did a good thing there. That was a good choice. That was a good push. Like, you can give pluses where they happen, but he doesn't. He just takes hit all the time. I don't understand. I do. I need to stop saying I don't understand. They're retarded, but just think about the vibe here. The vibe would be so much better if we had a leader that does that. That gives points where there's points. That comes out and says, all right, that's a thing we disagree on a lot, but that's the thing where we unite and we fight together, and I'll be there, Mr. Prime Minister. Right? That would be awesome. And I feel like a lot of voters just need to hear that in order to go forward with the Conservatives. But they're not going to do it. And instead, they're going to do dumb shit like this.
Parties have success when it's clear what they are fighting for and who they are fighting for. But the growing narrative around the federal Conservatives lately is about who they are fighting with, and that's each other.
Future Premier of
Based.
British Columbia, Carrie-Lynne Finley.
She's not be voted in. It's
Way
just
to go.
the Conservative.
Fresh off a big win against Liberal lobbyists from out east.
Yeah, it was just a
Okay,
Conservative
so that comment
primary.
from Pierre Poilievre is the latest flashpoint here. It's a clear shot at Corey Teneycke and others. Teneycke, of course, was Stephen Harper's former director of communications and has been Doug Ford's campaign manager in 3 straight Ontario election wins, and he was also a very loud critic of Poilievre's strategy in the last federal election. Most recently, Teneycke managed Caroline Elliott's campaign to lead the BC Conservatives. A race Elliott narrowly lost to Carrie-Lynne Finley, 51% to 49% on the final ballot. And today, Elliott released a video pushing back on Poilievre's attack.
Hi, Pierre. Caroline Elliott here. I voted Conservative my entire life. I voted for you in your own CPC leadership race. My family and friends donate to you at my encouragement. I've attended events and knocked on doors for you, spoken up for you on social media and in my columns that you've actually posted to your own social media. I was the only candidate to publicly endorse you ahead of your leadership review vote earlier this year.
Oh no.
So your MPs, and now you personally, celebrating my defeat in the BC Conservative leadership race is disappointing. The race is over, and it's time to unite, not divide.
Okay, that's just one of the things that this is unleashed today, but we're going to start there with the power panel. We've got Michelle Cadario, who's Deputy Chief of Staff to former Prime Minister Paul Martin. Peter MacKay is a former Conservative Cabinet Minister, and Shachi Kurl is the President of the Angus Reid Institute. 2 people from BC and a Conservative.
Oh, no.
Just my luck today. Peter, let's start with you about what we're seeing here. This is, this was a narrow win for Carrie-Lynne Finley, so it's not like she has this overwhelming mandate, and this kind of has picked at the scabs of that race a little bit. What do you make of what we're seeing just on the BC front from the Pierre Poilievre and now Caroline Elliott?
This is so dumb.
Well, I think that last clip from Caroline Elliott says a lot because gracious in victory and even more so in defeat. And that's what's needed across all parties. I mean, let's be honest, this is not unique to any one party. Leadership battles tend to be vicious at times and personal, having been through a few of them. So, I think it was Ronald Reagan said, thou shalt not speak ill of fellow fill in the blank colleagues. But, let's be honest, this is really, small potatoes. This is not really part of the larger narrative that most people are thinking about. A single mom trying to meet the bills and pay for medicine.
Okay, the fact that the guy trying to govern the country is essentially just memeing and shitting on his own people, that's small potatoes. Okay, Peter MacKay is like a cooked conservative, okay? That's how we're going to call them. They are cooked conservative. There is no brain, no actual path to logic, okay? The processor has been thoroughly cooked, okay? It overheated, it's gone. These people, I don't even know how they like drive a car. Like, what the fuck is this? It's small potatoes? Like, you don't think, Peter, that people will look at this and see a bunch of conservative essentially just throwing Molotov at each other's feet and say to themselves, do I want that stable government from Mark Carney, or I could go for the complete retard of the Conservatives, which are currently doing a barbecue with their own feet. Like, you're cooked. You're cooked, MacKay.
For medicine and food, they're not thinking about this. This is absolutely insider politics. That goes back
but now it's on the
probably a couple
news.
of other
Now it's an
leaderships.
issue.
And so
No?
I don't know that this merits really a lot of attention. We may talk about it here. If you listened to Pierre Poilievre's entire speech,
Like, the problem is that this guy would, in the same breath, insult, what's his fucking name? Oh my god, how did it flee my mind? You fucker. Stephen Guilbeault. Like, he'll say that he's a fucking tree hugger, that he can go, like, on another roof, go terrorize some other premier. Like, he will insult that guy, and in the same breath say that it's a big issue for the Liberals because he doesn't agree. But now, we essentially have a guy that is antagonizing half of the Conservatives in a province, which, let's not kid ourselves, like BC Conservatives, before they self-immolate, did have some chance, right? They did have some time. They are the opposition to EB. So, what are we doing here? Like, this is not small potatoes, especially that now it's on the news. Now you need to address it.
Speech. That was just sort of an off-the-cuff comment. He was
Off the
talking about
cuff.
much more substantive issues. He was talking about, in particular, the importance of getting behind the movement to keep Alberta in a strong and united and prosperous Canada. That was really the takeaway that I took from his speech, not this sort of clip off the cuff. But, you know, I get that it garners attention. I get that it...
I think we should just listen to that fucking thing and see how cooked he is. How can you say... I took from the speech that is, like, inherently divisive that we should be united in Canada. Are you fucking kidding me? What are we seeing here? We need to watch this thing.
That it revs up old feelings. I think he needs to, and everybody needs to keep their focus on the prize, and that is important issues like keeping the country together, keeping affordability front and center, seeing that the country gets a pipeline, that the prosperity that we need in our economy is where we keep our attention.
Okay. I'm not sure the members of your party agree with you, though, Peter.
No.
This has caused a lot.
They've disagreed with me before, David.
No, that's fair. That's fair. That's fair. But, you know, Michelle, all of this, whatever's happening, there is Ben Woodfinden, who is the communications director for Mr. Polyev, posted on social media, "I'm more depressed about the state of conservative politics in Canada right now than I think I've ever been. I won't deny it. I look at all sorts of conservative camps and factions right now, and I see intellectual poverty everywhere." Anthony Koch, who was Polyev's spokesperson during his leadership and worked on Caroline Elliott's campaign, he's this big piece in the National Post today saying, somewhere along the line, a segment of the conservative movement stopped caring about victory and started treating politics like an ever-increasingly exclusive ideological club. It's juvenile and unserious, and is one of the biggest reasons conservatives lose elections they should be winning. Believe it or not, politics isn't about racking up likes and retweets.
True.
There is this fraying happening in the conservative movement since the election, where Mr. Polyev's ability to keep things under control like he did before is gone, and people who work for him are now criticizing the very nature of the party he's leading in this moment. And the Elliott thing seems to have been the last straw for some people.
Well, I think, you know, he's clearly a man who's still smarting. He's smarting from the election loss, from a whole series
what
of
is this
caucus
word?
members leaving
Smarting.
his party. And yet another one abandoning ship this week to take the appointment to the Senate. And he just doesn't seem to be able to rise above it or to get over it. And I think that it's that very fact that he is still so narrow focused and not actually thinking about the bigger issues, not actually trying to position himself as someone who you can take seriously, who is trying to set a new policy agenda or to actually rise above things and show himself as a potential prime minister someday, that I think conservatives are responding to. Picking fights and calling people names, you know, it's not winning him friends. He's a guy who has to build an alliance. He's a guy who has to actually build up people and coming together. You know, as a liberal, I'm enjoying it. Don't get me wrong, but it's really odd behavior, and I just don't know if he has anybody around him who's actually telling him the truth. That he's just got to smarten up. And you know, if this kind of rumbling is coming in public, you know that it's 10 times worth behind the scenes. And so we wonder, you know, are we counting the days of Pierre Poilievre's leadership?
Well, Shachi, that's what I wonder about, because you know, it's not just
I don't think
people
they're
like
smart
Anthony
enough
Koch
for
and
it.
Ben Woodfinden. I mean, Brian Lilly, who is, you know, a conservative columnist, very well read by that party. He wrote a pretty scathing column this week saying, I don't think Pierre Poilievre's antics suggest he's serious about becoming prime minister. I mean, I know Peter's point that people are more worried about everyday things, but this is still sending out signals and messages to people about just what's happening in that party. I mean, how do you think it's playing?
I'm going to come to that in a second. David, I just want to take a moment personally to extend my sympathy and pay tribute to Eddie. And I'm thinking about Caroline today, his wife. They were such a lovely, sweet, supportive, wonderful couple and couple of friends to me. Eddie would bring me to the house, like literally pick you up and drive you home to make sure you ate dinner. I remember one time he insisted on driving me to the airport, and I was like, Eddie, you don't need to do this. And ended up, I think I can tell this story now, backing the car into a parking standard while we were trying to get out of the parking lot, and he was a lovely man. And I'm going to bring this back to what we're talking about, because he would be of the view that it's one thing for advisors and senior staff to get into the dirt of winning leadership races or attacking your opponents or doing the cheap and petty shots, but you save your leader. In this case, this is a leader who doesn't want to be saved. This is a leader who, on the day of the pipeline announcement, referred to people who were opposed to the BC tanker ban as a radical group of fake environmentalists. It actually, in fact, is a group of 2 in 5 British Columbians, many of whom would, in other circumstances, possibly be open to voting Conservative or had voted Conservative in the past. Now you look at this thing with Caroline Elliott. Now, I had said, not in nearly as nasty a way, but the hype around Corey Tenaike's involvement in the campaign and it somehow being perceived, at least in Ottawa, in the early parts of that BC Conservative leadership campaign, like a coronation for Ms. Elliott. And I remember saying, you know, he's not necessarily the magic gold dust in BC that he might be perceived to be in Ontario, but like this is just so unnecessary for a leader whose negative ratings, whose unfavorable views are at 60%, while his favorable views are at 33% and trending down. This is so unnecessary and off topic and off message when you consider the fact that, you know, he's nowhere above 40% favorability with any single age or gender demographic. He doesn't even have 34 to 55-year-old men. So who's he got? And now we're going to start picking internecine internal battles among ourselves? Like, you know, Pierre, you do you, brah, but I'm not sure what the point is here, because it's not just that he's alienating people within the Conservative Party, and it's not just that he said it today. This is a sustained pattern of
he's alienating all Canadians.
Being who he wants to be, saying what he wants to say, and seemingly not really caring about the fact that if he needs to bring the Conservatives across this magic line wherein you can form government, which is something the party has not done the better part of 20 years now, more than 20 years. You know, this is something that sorry, I said 20 years. I meant 15.
15,
but anyway,
yeah. 15.
Yeah, 2015. But the broader point being, like, the party's been in the cold for a while.
Yeah.
But this is also a leader who doesn't care. I said at the beginning, post this past election last year, you know, this is the beginning of the end. It's not a matter of.
So look, I think that there's a philosophy that truly cooked the brain of the Conservative. So a bit of history here. Harper, his theory when he wanted to see which voters he wanted to get was to break this common knowledge that if you want to win an election, you need to win Quebec. So the common knowledge that has been said again and again is you won't win your majority without winning Quebec. Now, issue is that's like kind of not true because, well, Harper managed to get his majority once, right? But like when you go overboard with that, when you go and you not only cut down Quebec, but cut down part of the BC electorate, part of the Ontario electorate, all of Atlantic Canada. Like, at that point, what the fuck are you doing? Who is there left to vote for you? Like, the theory of we can win without Quebec, that's it. It's only Quebec that you're sacrificing at the altar. Not the whole fucking country, bro. Like, the only people that are left is Alberta. And even Alberta is like vibing with Carney right now, because Carney is actually doing shit. For once, this narrative that the Liberals are evil and all they want is to like extract value from Alberta, that's breaking down because of how much Carney is actually affecting change, of how much Carney is doing things. So, like, you're not going to win by doing this. In any case, let's resume this.
I don't
or maybe
think
we
it's
can
gonna
go to the
anytime soon, but at
to the
some
speech.
point, conservative universe is going to take a long look at this leader and say, is this the guy to take us into the next federal election? And I still think that over-under on it being him is not certain.
Well, Peter, and I'll give you the final word on this before we move on to the other topic, but, you know, pulling back and just looking at where the Conservative Party is more broadly, I mean, when you were part of the effort to unite the parties back in the day, it was to sort of have a credible alternative to the Liberal dominance. But Mark Carney and the Trudeau-Carney era is going to last longer than the Chrétien-Martin era. If Mark Carney sticks around the full term. And here you have the federal leader with no real relationship with the Conservative Premier of Nova Scotia or the Conservative Premier of Ontario.
Yep.
And now weighing into a BC Conservative leadership situation where he's upset a supporter who got 49% of the vote. Like,
how do you do that?
Building that's further fracturing, it seems.
He's fracking it.
There's no question the Liberal Party is very good at keeping its fights in the room. And, you know, sometimes you'll see blood seeping out under the door because I know they have their vicious battles as well. And Mr. Carney has very quickly disassociated himself and moved away entirely from Justin Trudeau and the government that he was part of for 5 years. But look, to answer your question, it's never going to be
Wait. He wasn't part of the government, right? He was an advisor sometime. But truly, he was way the fuck out of the government while Trudeau was there.
And
you're
to Chachi's
cooked
point,
conservative
you're not gonna be
rhetoric
able to
again.
get over that line when you're fighting a rear guard and fighting with each other. And you know, I recall, you know, in referencing Eddie Goldenberg, his boss used to say, Jean Chrétien used to say, you know, when you throw dirt, you lose ground. And I think that's a good golden
fair
rule in some way. For everybody, for all parties, you know, and
that's a good
been
fucking
around
quote.
The game a while, you know, I've seen a lot. I've seen the heat of the moment, seen what happens when you're speaking in front of a partisan crowd, which this certainly was at the Calgary Stampede, and you get caught up in the moment. But it takes discipline. It takes a lot of effort. But you know, a unified Conservative Party, I maintain now, and I maintained all those years ago, is the only way. It's the only way, because even at the high water mark, Conservatives are going to get low 40%. That's just not possible when you're fighting with your provincial cousins, when you're taking shots at each other. And so it's, you know, it's a cautionary tone for everybody, a cautionary note, I should say.
Yeah, it's very different than a year and a half ago. Right now, if you look at the polling for preferred prime minister, the gap between Pierre Poilievre and Maxime Bernier is smaller than the gap between Pierre Poilievre and
my, that's bad.
And,
Maxime Bernier is the
days like this
giga-fascist.
are challenging on that front.
Okay, I'm kind of in a bad position to select something else right now. Get fucked. We're gonna need to find a speech for that. Maybe I should hide. Hide! Oh, there's someone that's going to pop out of there. And I want to kill his ass. Oh my. Okay, let's go see. What the Ev? Stampede.
We stand on guard for.
Okay. I feel like this is going to be a fucking joke. I love our anthem, but when conservatives do it, it feels like a meme. What's going on? Ah, okay. Oh my god, will they zoom out? It looks like there's like 4 people in. Oh no. Have they zoomed out?
Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much, Calgary. It's great to be home.
That merci beaucoup. Oh no.
Thank you to my great friend of a quarter-century, Shub Majumdar, whose wonderful introduction I just interrupted. I think he had more to say. And Shub, I wrote you a much longer introduction for you to read. But I'll call you tonight, and you can give it to me then. Thank you very much to Shub
what
for
the
his
fuck
incredible
was
work as
that?
my former national security advisor. Now
Does
our
it-
shadow minister of Canada, U.S.
Wait, did he get... Wait. I misunderstood that for sure. Did he just say, I wrote you a bigger introduction for you to read? We need to get that again. It sounds so bad.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much, Calgary. It's great to be home. And thank you to my great friend of a quarter-century, Shub Majumdar, whose wonderful introduction I just interrupted. I think he had more to say. And Shub, I wrote you a much longer introduction for you to read. But I'll call you tonight, and you can give it to me then.
Okay.
Thank you very much to Shub for his incredible work as my former national security advisor. Now our shadow minister of Canada, U.S. Relations.
Oh, man.
We will fight for our tariff-free trade with our American friends. Member of Parliament for Calgary Heritage. And, of course, Member of Parliament for my mother, who is his boss, and he never forgets it. She's the mayor of Shaughnessy. I want to thank so many of the...
She's the mayor? Wait. That's kind of weird. Doesn't that sound like, like Mama... Mama gave you a job? Oh, wait. I want to lit some people up. All right.
The special guests we have here today, our wonderful
Wait, we're gonna have to research this. Let's wait until I die. God damn! I'm genociding these folks. Come to me, bitch. Boo boo! Boo boo! I'm invincible. Okay. Pierre, Eve, mother. Okay, I guess Marlene Poiliev is the one that we're talking about. Can we check this? Okay. Okay, no, she's not mayor. This is...
Premier Parliament for Calgary Heritage, and of course Member of Parliament for my mother, who is his boss, and he never forgets it. She's the mayor of Shaughnessy. I want to thank so many of the special guests we have here today. Our wonderful
So that's like a meme,
Premier
I guess?
Smith is in the room.
Oh, rip.
The future Premier of British Columbia, Carolyn Finley. Way to go. Fresh off a big win against Liberal lobbyists from out east. We've got our former leaders, Ronna Ambrose and Candice Bergen are both here. Give them a round of applause.
Bruh.
And Of course, we have too many Conservative MPs to name them all, but they are Canada's affordability team. 3 priorities: affordability, 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 bringing your costs down. Give it up for all our Conservative
Nice
MPs.
meme.
Merci beaucoup. But I have to say, it is great to be home here in Alberta, where when you say you're going green, it means you just bought a John Deere tractor.
Oh no, we have the cooked Conservative and Pepper Poilievre. Oh no. Oh, he's so cooked. Oh no, he's going to just... Like, it feels like... You know, in the US, how sometimes, like, a politician will just fucking giga change when they're talking about to a black audience? That feels like what I'm feeling right now. That's... Oh, he's like, oh, we're gonna pollute. Oh, like, what the fuck?
In fact, they tell us that the Liberals have actually decided to show
Pollution.
up this year at the Calgary Stampede. There was one Liberal MP who landed at the airport, rented his Mercedes, and decided to drive out to the countryside, pulled into a farm, and went up to a rancher and said, if I can guess the size of your herd, will you give me one of your calves? I said, well, why don't we do that? And so the MP pulled out his phone, looked at some satellite information, did some calculations, and said, farmer, you have 1,432 cows. And the farmer said, well, a deal's a deal. You got it right. You can take one of my calves. So the politician picked up one of the animals, put it in his Mercedes, and just as he was about to pull away, the farmer stopped him and said, if I can guess your political affiliation, will you give me back my animal? And the politician said, sure. He said, okay, you're a Liberal. He said, geez, how did you know? And he said, well, you showed up uninvited. You expected to be paid to give me information I already had. You don't know a thing about farming because that's actually a herd of sheep. Now give me back my dog.
Like, I don't know. I feel like him not saying that it's a joke makes it very cringy. Especially that, like, that guy lives in Ottawa for, like, forever. It's like, what is he? He's pretending right now, right? He's pandering. He's that white politician that starts speaking fucking Ebonics when he gets to Detroit. Like, what the fuck are we? What the fuck are we doing? Cooked
There's
Conservatives.
No better time to be in Calgary than for the greatest outdoor show on earth. It's great to be back at the Stampede. This city raised me. I used to play in Fish Creek Park. I used to run my dog there. I delivered the Calgary Sun. Rick Bell was a writer way back then, as he is now.
Nice meme.
I got actually my minimum wage job over at the Calgary Stampede, clearing the trash. You learn a lot doing those types of things. In fact, we used to come here to Heritage Park as school kids and dress up like it was 1910. And we would go and see all those old buildings and learn about our history, learn about how this province was built by workers, families, entrepreneurs, farmers, ranchers, builders, risk takers, people pulling together. That's the spirit of the Stampede, the spirit of Alberta and of Canada. Our values of family, personal responsibility, neighbors helping neighbors, hard work and freedom. Around this place, if you take a look around, what you'll see are these incredible old buildings reconstructed. They are almost like monuments to the prairie families that fought through the Depression and the Dust Bowl to give us this inheritance. It almost makes you ask why they bothered to come at all. What was the decision that took them over an entire ocean and across a vast land to clear rocks and weeds on a cold, harsh, nationwide landscape? But that was the price they paid for a very simple promise. Promise was this: you do the backbreaking work, you sacrifice, and you get to have a family, and they get to have a great life. You can worship God in your own way, raise your kids in peace, and work so that each tomorrow finds you further than today. They fled European aristocracies. that controlled the land, money, and rules, and came here to live out their faith, family, and freedom. They knew their hard work would earn them opportunity and ownership. The deal was simple: plant, grow, harvest. And that is the deal that we're supposed to have today. That you're supposed to plant the crops through your hard work by taking out a mortgage to launch a business, working overtime, studying hard, saving. And then the harvest, you get to own a house, pay off your mortgage, raise your kids with your values, good schools, good food.
Like, I get the pandering that he's using, but this is a very limited dream, right? Because when you limit the dream to essentially what he's saying is essentially you need to have a family, you need to own a home. Like, you're undercutting a lot of people there. A lot of people just don't want to have kids. A lot of people's idea of the dream is very different. Like, I feel like there's ways that he could word this and have a better story. Because like, no matter how you cut it, the story of the prairies can be very inspiring. Well, it can be very bad as well if you go with what happened with the First Nations. But like, overall, you can make a very good story out of that. So I don't see why you would focus only on that. I don't know. To me, it seems weak.
A good future. But right now, only half of that deal remains in place. You see, the people are doing their part. They're doing the back-breaking, grueling work that they were supposed to do. But when the harvest comes, there's a group of aristocrats come along and scoop it up. The fruits of their labor go to a small group of insiders, the kinds of aristocrats that our ancestors left behind on the other side of the pond. A small, privileged group.
Like, also, the leaving the aristocrat, that's revisionism. Like, there was no leaving of aristocrat there, right? There's, like, Canada was overall ruled by its own people with the guardrails of the British, and everyone respected that. Like, I don't know how he can go for that the nationalist angle and undermine the biggest heritage that we have as a political system, which is the Brits governing us a little bit, making sure that we don't fuck it up, and giving us, like, the institutions that permits us to have, like, this great country. Like, this is just revisionism. I don't know. Like, look, it could be worse. It could be worse right now. He's only undermined half the people in BC in this speech, half the conservatives in BC. Sorry, I need to be precise. But if we remove that, indeed, it is a very unifying thing. If you want to have kids, and if you believe that the system doesn't work for you right now. So, yeah, I guess it is unifying, and it... Like, his whole speech... Fuck, it's so retarded. It's so cooked. Is also how can Peter MacKay think that this is unifying? His whole speech is about how the liberals are stealing everything from you, and they don't know what the fuck your struggle is. And we're supposed to say that that's, like, unifying? Let's see.
Group of liberal power brokers and sleazy lobbyists. They get rich making others poor. Taking without making.
How?
Ultimately, they get handouts, bailouts, and carve-outs.
How?
And you get debt, taxes, and inflation. After they price you out of groceries, gas, and housing, they give you a little back of what they took and expect you to be grateful. They take the credit, you get the cost. They block opportunity, tax hard work, inflate costs, ruin money, make people helpless, and then grant special exemptions and privileges to their insider group. As 2.2 million Canadians line up at food banks, a record-smashing number, Mark Carney bails out his condo donor developers in Vancouver.
Well, that's a lie.
And
It's
nibbles
not
on
a bailout.
$200,000 of in-flight catering on his private jet. More
Oh
costs,
my, he has a private
more
jet.
taxes,
Oh
more
no.
debt. Mark Carney is just
Private
another
jet
liberal.
bad.
Liberals and the media
Grug.
expect you to judge Mr. Carney, not on his results, but on his many promises and announcements. But it's time to judge the results themselves. It's time to ask, aside from all the illusions, all the words, all the state change in style and image, what's
All
really
the
changed?
memes.
He promised that he would to be judged by the price of groceries. They're rising faster than any other country in the G7.
Is that
Promised
true?
to spend less right before doubling the deficit. Outside of COVID, we now have the biggest deficit in Canadian history and the highest spending as a share of GDP since 1996. He promised that we'd have less bureaucracy right before he added 13 new agencies. He promised more growth right before giving us the only recession in the G7. He promised to handle Trump and negotiate a win. But he's gone from elbows up to sucking up.
Okay. But you've been sucking up from the start. Like, we can go in reverse order here. You've been sucking up from the start. Everything that you're saying, like, oh my god, he's booming the deficit. Okay, would you prefer us not investing, and instead of having a technical deficit, like where we are essentially flat right now, not growing, but we will grow in the future, as the bank said, to going to, we are just going straight down in hell? Like, you recognize, Poilievre, this is what your policy would do, right, Pepper Poilievre? You're so cooked that you believe that cutting all of that shit out would absolutely make it better. Are you fucking retarded? Like, the reason why we're in a recession, well, no, the reason why we're in a technical recession where we're flat is because we spent. If we didn't spend, we would be in a big ass recession. So what are we saying here? What's the solution here? I don't know. I wonder if the cooked conservatives will have any good policies other than vaguely gistering about how life is hard. Because right now that's all that they have. And sadly, I'm here to inform everyone watching that life is hard for everyone. Life is hard for me. Life will be hard for you. Life is always hard. That's how life has always been. And life will, unless there's like some big update to how humans think, it will always be hard. So, what the fuck are we saying here? What the fuck have we achieved? Like, you've said nothing of value here. Oh.
And Canadians are paying up as American tariffs on Canadian goods have more than doubled and broadened to more goods. A year after he was elected, on the illusion that he would reverse everything he had said and everything his party had done in the prior 10 years, what has really changed in your life?
No.
Your grocery prices, your mortgage payments, your debt, have they dropped? Is crime going down in your community? What we've...
I don't know. Has my debt dropped? My debt has fucking dropped, okay?
This is a reversal of rhetoric.
My debt is definitely down.
Results. Did you see Mark Carney's confession the other day? He had a big confession. He says
go ahead.
that Liberals will not meet their emissions reduction targets. And somewhere,
are you sad about
we're all
it?
shedding a tear for Stephen Guilbeault.
Okay, that one is good. Oh, no. Oh, no.
Some people bring happiness wherever they go. Some people bring happiness whenever they go.
Okay, nice meme. That's a good joke. Well, let's give it to the man. That was a nice meme.
Mr. Carney was honest that he won't be able to reduce the emissions the way he planned, or the way he said he would. So let's be honest about some other things. He pretends that he inherited this anti-oil and gas agenda from someone else. But for a decade, he was the worldwide CEO of the anti-oil and gas agenda. He built his entire persona on net zero. In fact, he claimed that fossil fuel caused climate change was a, quote, existential crisis. In plain English, That means, he said, that if we kept using oil and gas, the world would come to an end. He was the UN's special climate envoy, publishing a report calling for us to keep 2/3 of our oil and gas in the ground. As Trudeau's economic advisor, he advised bigger and broader carbon taxes. He founded a banking alliance that was dedicated to starving our industry of financing. As Brookfield's CEO, his job was to use his political influence as a corporate power broker to get government handouts for heat pumps and so-called green energy that killed...
Wait a second. What's bad with heat pumps? Wait, where are we right now? Heat pumps are bad? You know, I like to have AC and it doesn't cost me essentially anything in electricity. I like having my house cool and having my house hot in the winter for less money. You know, that's a thing that personally, you know, maybe the Cook's Conservative and Pepper Poilievre are not. They like to be cold in the winter and they like to be warm in the summer, but I just disagree.
Killed jobs and drove up the cost of living for the people. Now he's claimed...
Like this is the ridiculous part, right? Like when we say kill jobs, all of these measures don't kill jobs, they create jobs. When you push for people to have these heat pumps, you're creating a demand that maybe people didn't have the money for before. So even if people wanted the heat pumps, they couldn't afford it. So now that you put the money behind it, the installers of the heat pump can now have a job. The people that want the heat pump can now have the heat pump. They are paying less on electricity, thus they can pay more on general consumption. And everybody benefits from that. So where's the negative here? But no, we're just going to vibe it with Pepper Poilievre.
He's changed his mind. Look, there's lots of flip-flops in politics, right? People changing their minds on various things.
Yeah,
but
you changing about how you want to
in a matter of
change.
4 years, from claiming that oil and gas is going to end the world to claiming that you don't even have to meet your emissions targets at all. It raises the question of whether he believed any of it in the first place, or whether the agenda was something else. Of course it was something else. They spent $200 billion on this climate agenda over the last 10 years. And now we want our money back. $200 billion.
What are we saying? Is it
door.
like the
Oops.
Jews or
Well,
something?
it wasn't really a good policy after all. We know that the policy was never really
no.
about the climate.
It was about the
always
climate.
about driving up costs for the working class to concentrate the benefits for the privileged few.
Like, how does that make any sense? Why would you want to drive up the cost for the middle class when everybody lost? Like, everybody loses in this scenario. Like, what's the point? So we're saying that, like, the liberals are ontologically evil? They're just, like, evil because they're evil and there's no way to change it? Like, what the fuck's the point of this? What? I don't get it. I don't get it. What's his argument? Wait a second, I'm capturing this alone. Let's go. Oh shit, I'm cooking!
And if he's really changed his mind, why is his government still blocking 500 projects? Why is it that he plans to raise the industrial carbon tax by 500%? Why hasn't he used the unprecedented powers in C5 to approve a single project? Why won't he get rid of C69?
Well, because they're in review.
And why won't he get rid of the tanker ban? Why is he allowing American... Get rid of the tanker ban now!
Well, it wouldn't change anything. There's no project to take advantage of this, and it's up to BC, so
allowing
fuck you, ...
to use those same waters, my friends, is an anti-Alberta and an anti-Canadian policy.
Didn't Peter MacKay talk about, like, Canadian unity?
But don't worry, there will be another crisis. He will sound the alarm. And once again, he will have exactly the same solution as for the last crisis. More
Which?
government control, more taxes, more crony capitalism, and more carve-outs, bailouts, and handouts for the liberal insiders.
What
They
does this
create a
even
problem,
mean?
And then they claim to be a solution to that problem. For example, they drive up our food costs with taxes and red tape, then create new government programs to supposedly to subsidize affordable food. They drive up
Wait, what the fuck? How does that make sense? So they drive cost up by adding taxes. If you add taxes on a thing, it should most likely reduce the inflation on said things. It could reduce it like very little, but it should reduce it. So how is taxing a thing bad for your inflation of said thing? So that's already cooked. And then saying that they give out money, rebates and stuff. Well, if things cost too much, like, first of all, if you want to insult a thing about inflation, you would insult that. But if something costs too much, you believe it costs too much for the poorer people in society, you would want the poorer people in society to be able to have access to those rebates. Because if they don't, well, they're not going to consume the thing that maybe they needed to consume, or they're going to be in a fucked situation. So what are we talking about here? Like, this doesn't make sense internally. Like, what the fuck?
up housing costs with bureaucracy and taxes on home building. And then they create a brand new housing agency that's supposed to subsidize home building affordability. They impose carbon taxes on steel makers and then bring in subsidies for steel makers. As the great Ronald Reagan says, if a liberal sees something that moves, he taxes it. If it keeps moving, he regulates it. When it stops moving, he subsidizes it. Which raises the question, why
Sounds like a
not
based
just
thing to do.
none of the above and get out of the way and let things move?
Well, because it won't move by itself, right?
Why not let the builder build?
So, if we're TLDRing this, we should not do anything. If you're too poor to afford your groceries, starve. If you have a kid and, like, the Canadian Child Benefit is helping you a lot, starve. And that's the policy? Because or else ... inflation? I don't know. If you ask most people if they prefer living in a world with slightly higher inflation or not having that $600 a month, I think most people would choose the inflation. Most people would look at the inflation and be, yeah, I don't give a fuck about it.
The worker work, the investor invest, the farmer farm, the trucker truck, the manufacturer manufacture. The answer is, because then there would be no role for the liberal politician. No power, no control, no permit to authorize, no check to hand out. If you could just launch a business, produce resources, grow food, build homes, then the Prime Minister and his club of insiders would be irrelevant within their castle walls. And that brings us to why we are conservatives. We do not want to run people's lives. In fact, if we were founding a new political party, and we're not, but if we were, it would be called the Mind Your Own Damn Business Party, wouldn't it? We want to fight to give power back to the common people, for the many, not the few, to put money back in people's pockets, control in their hands, and hope in their lives, to get the government out of the way, off the backs and by the sides of those who work hard, pay their taxes, and play by the rules. We have three main priorities: affordability, affordability, and affordability. The government is the single biggest and fastest growing cost in people's lives. People spend more on taxes than on food, clothing, and shelter combined. And that does not include the indirect inflation tax. We are fighting government waste and overspending. We're fighting to cut bureaucracy, consultants, and corporate welfare, to end the handouts to fake and phony refugees, to cut foreign aid, because it's time we took care of our own people right here in this country.
What the fuck? We're
fighting to...
Okay. first of all, the government being the biggest thing in people's life, that's already retarded. If you're poor, the government is the inverse of the biggest thing in your life, is the biggest revenue in your life. You don't pay taxes. Like, if you make under 50K, you're probably, like, not paying any substantial taxes. Or you're, like, at worst, you're at net zero. If we calculate everything you get in and everything you get out. So, like, what the fuck are we... Well, 50K is probably too high. 30K. So, like, what the fuck are we talking about here? So... Okay, maybe if you're rich, is Polyev just saying, okay, I am the man for the elite. Let's cut taxes for the rich, and let's make sure that our people starve. Because food has become unaffordable because poor people can afford it. Based. Like, what are we saying here? And blaming, I'm sorry, but foreign aid? And phony migrants, ... Phony refugee, I'm sorry. Like, what are we talking here? Refugees are refugees. Like, what's bad with refugees? If you come from Ukraine, your country has been fucking nuked to the ground, and you're just trying to make your life in our great society. What's bad with that? Why is that bad? Like, I need an explanation. So... Like, should we refuse them all? Like, these people contribute to the economy. It's not a loss to have these people. So, do we just cry about refugees and not have them? I'm confused. I need to stop being confused. Like, these people are just... I don't know. I feel that the more I'm listening to different conservatives, I feel like if there was anyone ontologically evil, it would be them. Like, how can you say phony refugees to your fucking rabid fan base of racist and assume that everything's going to be fine? We're just going to say that the people that are coming in to try to have a better life, they're lying about it, and it's all going to be fine. Like, really? Is that the plan? What the fuck are we doing here?
To end the $90 billion Alto rail catastrophe.
What's bad with it? Like, the only bad thing with Alto is that it won't be throughout Canada, okay? I want Alto to be an ocean-to-ocean fucking thing. Like, why are we saying, oh my god, rails connecting province? I mean, that's how we founded our country, but how is that bad? I need an explanation. Why is making things that prop up the economy bad for us?
To send the money of Alberta taxpayers for a train that, if it ever gets built at all 15 years from now, 95% of Canadians will not even use, and a joint multi-partisan study showed will not take a single car off any highway, will just take people out of money-making airplanes and put them into money-losing trains. We'd rather put that money in your pocket. With savings that we get from canceling these wasteful projects, we will use to bring down debt, taxes, and inflation.
Are you not making money off the train? Like, why is it money wasting because it's a train? Is it because it pollutes less? Is it because it's faster? Is it because it's more convenient? What part of it makes it bad? Can I shoot grenades? No. Okay, cool.
So Canadians can afford a great life. We'll end the GST on used vehicles. We'll fight to cancel all gas taxes for the rest of the year, and we will end the...
Like, we need to stop removing the tax from everything. It's getting boring.
So that we can grow more of our energy production. We want to cut taxes on food production, home building, energy, investment, and work to bring down costs and bring growth up. We will do this at the same time as we unblock our resources, not just because we want to generate the wealth, we want to boost the purchasing power of our dollar. We will get out of the way by scrapping C-69, ending the tanker ban, We will grant 6-month permits to build LNG plants, mines, ports, roads, rail, transmission, and other major paycheck-generating projects.
You're already
We'll
against
get
rail,
underway
so...
and permit our friends in Newfoundland and Labrador to double their oil production.
Are we against that, or no?
And we'll build up a strategic reserve of the 10 NATO-defined strategic minerals that you need to fight a war. We know our American friends need these things.
Oh no. Mark Carney is already doing that. Mark Carney has... What did he say in that meeting, in that interview? I think it's $80 billion secured for, like, pre-orders on these minerals. So Mark Carney is already... It's not even he's like preparing it. He's essentially 99% done. So what are we talking about here? Oh my god, his policies are like, okay, the liberals have already done it. But who gives a fuck? I'll signal on it.
We, for example, have the only 2 cobalt refineries in all of North America. You can't make an F-35 without cobalt. The Americans need our resources. But we want something in return. We're going to build up these massive strategic reserves and say to our American friends, we'll make you a deal. You can have preferred access to buy those resources if ever you need them at market prices. But in order to make you that promise, we want something in return. We want tariff-free trade across North America.
And what would Donald Trump say? Donald Trump would say, weak Polyev, weakest conservative ever. I raped his wife. I raped her like never before. I went to him. I told him, you're gonna be the cuck. You're gonna be in the chair. I took the resources. I annexed Alberta. I annexed it. And no one thought it was possible, but I did it. I annexed Alberta. I did it. I was the first one. No one thought it was possible. Like, that's what's going to happen. You think that minerals would be the thing that Trump cares about. He put, like, 3 trillion% tariff on China, which is his only source of these minerals right now. At the same time, putting tariffs on Canada, which could be the alternative to those minerals. So, like, this guy is cooked. Like, his theory has already been put on the table. It's already been refused by the Americans. So you're essentially saying, I'm going to do something on trade that has already been done and that has already failed. GG, bro. GG. I don't know how you can fuck it up that bad.
North America. We will unlock free enterprise and unleash the potential of our people, resources, and geography. And doing so, we should be able to make our country the richest nation in the history of the world. We will build an economy, but not based on bailouts, carve-outs, and handouts.
Well, for that we would need immigration, but...
fast permits, sound money, and free enterprise competition. Business will get ahead by having the best product, not the best lobbyists, by competing for workers with better wages and customers with better prices. And we will unleash the power of free and voluntary exchange of work for wages, product for payment, and investment for interest. The federal government
we already have that.
Actually do its real job. You know, we have something called the British North American Act. It was a who does what manual for the country. Very simple. These are the things the feds do, these are the things the provinces do, and everyone will get along. The federal government has been doing a terrible job at the things that are actually its responsibility. Borders, military, immigration, the criminal code, and yet having the audacity to get into the business of those things that are...
All things that are doing well right now and that Mark Carney is seeking to evolve and to improve on. And when I say seeking, I'm lying here. Has already made great leaps in trying to make it work better. So what the fuck are we talking about?
That are not its job. Invading provincial jurisdiction. We're going to reverse that abuse.
Like which? Like what? What provincial jurisdiction?
Our government will do a few
Source?
things well rather than a lot of things poorly. We will reform the criminal code to scrap liberal bail. We will ensure that repeat violent offenders have jail without any possibility of parole, probation, house arrest, or early release. It will be jail, not bail.
Well, but the liberals are already passing reverse onus. What the fuck are we talking about? How is he essentially describing what was already done and just presenting himself as a victor?
And we will actually toughen up our borders to keep criminals, terrorists, and gangsters out. We will deport
From the US?
Haishnoi gangsters who've been harassing our people and extorting our businesses.
Yeah, I didn't know that the US had so much gangster coming in through the border.
And we will stand on the side of law-abiding people by reversing the liberal gun grab once and for all.
Ah, the gun grab.
We will ensure that military spend.
I mean, what the fuck am I supposed to do here? They are coming. They are raping by the millions. It's the Michigan rape gang. Like, what are we talking about here? Is it like the Detroit gangster are crossing over in Windsor? Bro, he's cooked.
Spending goes
Cooked
to enhance
conservatives.
capabilities to protect our country and
Oh,
support
my
our
water.
troops. It will enhance war fighting. It will not fund bureaucracy or defense lobbyists, and we will reinstill a warrior culture, not a woke culture.
How can you copy the US so much?
We will
Holy!
unite our people and our country around our common
Warrior
values,
culture,
common
what do we
history, common
mean?
bonds, and common sense. We will fight for the country. We will fight for Canada, including in the upcoming referendum, to win back Albertans, through hope, not by wagging our fingers or lecturing them, nor by threatening. We will be
Let's see.
respectful to people on both sides of this debate. There are legitimate points of view to go around, and while I have been very clear that I will always stand for a united Canada, we will always be willing to listen to the views and address the legitimate concerns of people who are involved in this debate. We want to ensure
Of the
that when this is all over,
insurrectionists.
we
Okay.
will once again be fully united as citizens of a common land dedicated to a common purpose of restoring the promise of this country. And as we do, let us
Shit is
reflect upon the wonderful inheritance that we have. They say if you stand in the prairie field and listen to the wind whistle, you can hear the voices of our ancestors. And you can use your imagination as to what they're saying.
That's schizophrenia. Okay? Okay. Pepper Polyev, we need to talk. You need to seek some medication right the fuck now. The antipsychosis medication are needed, okay? Pepper Polyev, what the fuck was that?
What I hear when I listen to those voices is that making Canada was hard, so we should never give up. Let us remember the Albertans who sacrificed for our inheritance, the people who through hardship and heroism never gave up, the brilliant engineers and roughnecks who extracted the miracle molecules out of the muddy bitumen to power our lives.
Oh,
They
no.
never gave up, so we never give up. The traders who followed the winding rivers down uncharted paths to find the lonely forts that would become our future cities, they never gave up, so we never give up. The pioneers whose calloused hands plucked the weeds and moved the rocks to turn raw dirt into fields of golden grains never gave up, so we should never give up. The prairie mothers who fought starvation so their babies would survive the Dust Bowl and the Depression, they never gave up, so we never give up. The Cree code talkers from here in Alberta who used their unique language to deceive the Nazi interceptions to save countless Canadian lives, they never gave up, so we should never give up. The
Okay, that's kind of
veterans who died
based.
on foreign soil for this country, they never gave up, so we should never give up.
Okay, the never give up part is kind of
country for which
redundant,
they died
but
is the country for which we must live, my friends. Let us be proud of our great Western traditions. Let's celebrate our people, our province, and our country. God bless Canada. Merci beaucoup. Thank you.
I'm waiting the day that he'll fuck it up and say God bless America. Oh no. That's going to be a bad day. Alright. Let's make sure that it ends. Maybe we'll have some memes. Oh yeah, let's cut the part where your great friend is speaking.
Canada's Conservatives, leader of His Majesty's official opposition, and the next Prime Minister of Canada, Pierre Poilievre.
Yeah, His Majesty's opposition. But fuck the aristocracy.
Thank you, everybody. We're now at the conclusion of our program. I'm going to invite folks to line up to your right on this side for a photo line. The leader's going to be available to greet you as you make
The
your
four
way
people
to the
in the
stage.
audience.
And I wanted to let you know that the buffet is open. Please.
Aha,
go and get
that's
some
why
food.
we're here. The buffet. Pepper, Poilievre, and the cooked conservative. That was a fun one. Okay, that was a fun watch. So, what do you think? Do you think it's it makes you want to vote against independence in Alberta, right? It really wants to make you. No, of course not. Of course not. Charging people saying you're getting fucked by Ottawa like 1,500 times, but at the end being like, we need to fight for this country, fight like hell. Like, this doesn't... No one looks at this and is like, oh yeah, I'm inspired right now. I truly want to stay in this country. No one ever said that. What the fuck are we looking at? Oh, nice. I can just cock block this. I wanted to do nice memes. Alright, what's next? Give me some memes. Ah!
We're seeing this government dismantle so much of what makes Canada Canada. Like this, all this talk of privatization, this talk of,
Wait a second, which privatization? I must have misheard.
all this mantle so much of what makes Canada Canada. Like this, all this talk of privatization, this
talk.
Of,
okay.
Driving species to extinction, the blatant.
Yeah, I've heard that. I've heard that from Mark Carney, of course. So Mark Carney, he comes out and he's like, today we're killing every single whales, okay? Today's the day we are sending out the rabid Pierre Poilievre, Pepper Poilievre. We are taking all of his supporters. We are giving them bombs and we are bombing the ocean, okay? This is what we're doing. This is what we're doing this month. We're just killing the whales. All the orcas are gone, okay? Orcas are gone, okay? This is the message from... I heard, absolutely. On point, I've heard that from Mark Carney.
Blatant disregard for environmental impacts. Maybe this is what Canada really is, but I would like to think that we can be better.
Oh no.
And
she's losing faith.
There
Oh no.
is another way. Politics doesn't have to be like this. We don't have to accept doom. We don't have to, accept pessimism under the, nice wrapping of pragmatism.
doom?
They keep telling us this is pragmatism. It's not pragmatism, it's politics. You're just doing politics. There's actually nothing pragmatic about it. Pragmatic makes it sound like it makes sense. It doesn't make sense.
Why?
Like, I don't understand what we're doing here. It doesn't make any sense. And
fuck.
I just wish that we weren't thinking so short term and so selfishly and so much in the interest of corporate greed as opposed to the people and the nature and world that we live in and the things that make it so special. And I think we need to open our minds to what we can actually achieve if we set our minds to it. Mamdani is
Oh, no.
systematically, you know, fracturing all of the lies that we have internalized as a result of pro-corporate propaganda.
Yeah, what are those lies?
We need to bust through these lies, or the killer whales are gonna die.
Oh no, not the killer whales.
This southern resident killer whale population again. You'll never see that again. Like, do you understand that?
Like, okay, let's be frank. I don't want the killer whales to die, okay? If they are to die, we need to show like some massive benefit, and we need to have some kind of attempt to, like, I don't know, put them in captivity and try to keep them alive, and or relocate them if it's even possible. Like, I'm all in to put the money down to be able to try to make a good faith attempt at keeping them around. But if we're talking about billions of dollars or the killer whales, I'll take the billions. I'm sorry. But if we're talking about like each Canadian getting $1,000 in their fucking pocket in terms of like how much benefit we're seeing to the economy, the killer whales gotta go. Okay, most Canadian would absolutely execute themselves, give them a harpoon, okay, a harpoon gun, they would absolutely genocide them voluntarily.
And you know, the thing that really breaks my heart in all of this is that in order to actually, you know, allow
kill the killer
for
whale.
the increased flow of oil and gas through this pipeline, the government is going to expand the Roberts Bank export terminal in Delta. And they actually announced in the BC MOU
I fucked him up.
that they are committing $10 billion to that project. And this is the thing, like, Althea Raj, I need her back, baby. Like, I don't know, I think she's on vacation. I don't know. I need her on, like, At Issue isn't happening. I need to see what she has to say about this, because Althea Raj from the Toronto Store reported a while back that the government's proposal to, they had proposed through these series of discussion papers that the government give itself the power to exempt major projects from being subject to the Species at Risk Act's jeopardy test, which basically requires major projects to, they have to determine if their project's plans would put a species at risk in undue jeopardy. So it could cause the extinction or extirpation, which means extinction in an area of a particular species. And that would be something that would actually be a hurdle to building these projects, because you can't just like have the power to drive a species to extinction. So they wanted to propose that
well,
cabinet
you
have
do
the
have
power
that
to tell
power.
companies,
Let's be honest.
We're not going to do that test. You can extinct whatever species you want because you are a project in the national interest. And so Althea, intrepid, doing her journalism, found that this proposal to allow companies to be exempted so they can extinct species was, quote, directed at projects such as ports and pipelines that jeopardize the existence of the endangered southern resident killer whale population.
Oh no.
So she reported that. And that specifically they were doing this because they knew that to have the pipeline and port projects that they were looking at, they
I wonder how direct that is. Like, it would be probably a good thing for us to read this article, and to see where they're getting that from. But at the end of the day, like, I'm just going to be frank here. Like, the truth is, if your killer whale is preventing massive revenue-generating, long-term, like, all Canadians are benefiting from X, and the only thing in the way is killer whales, or whatever, like, species, nobody gives a shit. Nobody gives a shit. It's sad. I get it. I don't want the killer whales to die. But nobody gives a shit. Like, just, like, this, I'm sorry, this is just privilege, right? You just go out, if you're having some issues, Go ask all the parents that are having issues if they don't have that $600 check from the government because they want to raise their child, right? Go out and see these people and go tell them, yeah, we're going to block your potential next job because of the killer whales. We're going to block your potential like growth that will allow you to make everything cheaper and have a better life. We will make that more complicated because of killer whales. These people would themselves kill the whales. They don't give a fuck. They don't. Oh, maybe he's there. Okay.
They would need to be able to allow these companies to drive this whale population to extinction. And people freak the fuck out, rightfully so. We love our whales. They're amazing. They're beautiful. These specific populations, these southern resident killer whale populations, like, I don't know actually a lot about orcas, but I know that when I was Googling this population, I saw that the young stay with their mothers their whole lives. Like, these are beautiful.
I don't know. Like this is almost. I don't know if I'm getting too far, but the only thing that I have in mind right now, maybe I'm just banker brain. What the fuck do you want me to say? What's the ROI on a whale? Let's be frank. Like, I don't know how to convince. I don't know how these people work. Like, do they think that every species that exists now should exist in perpetuity and have infinite value? Because if that's the fact, like, we've got a way bigger problem right now. Like, that means that we need to map out every species that exists and make sure that none of them disappear. But right now there's a broad spectrum of species that we don't know about that are probably getting destroyed because they have so small of a population, and there's probably a bunch of subspecies that we also need to map out. Like, this can be pushed to such an extreme that it becomes ridiculous. But somehow, pushing the line at these orcas should survive because they're an endangered species, and we should block every fucking thing in relation to that. Is like, how does that make sense? Why would we, like, we don't even treat human with that kind of, like, we don't care about humans that much. Are we on the same understanding here, everyone? Are we on the same understanding that if someone is in the way of a big project, we relocate them? Like, never would we say, okay, you don't want to sell your home? You know what? We were going to power 1 million home with that big ass dam we're going to build, but you didn't want to sell your home, so guess we're going to go with gas and oil. Okay, we're going to build those coal fucking power plant. We would never say that. So why are we saying that, like, orcas should get more consideration there? And, like, if we want to say, oh, well, we're not killing people, well, in some ways we are. When we pollute enough, we are. So, oh, bro, what the fuck is this? I'm confused. Like, in a way, we are. We are always making a calculus. How much pollution do we want to allow? How much, what are our standard of food safety? Like, those are always calculus that we're making. And I know that it's a bit cruel to think about it that way, but we are making a calculus. Okay, like, a very small amount of people might die because we're doing this a bit more loosely, but economically it makes sense, so fuck it. So why are we excluding species and animal from this calculus?
Beautiful creatures, and like, it's also, it's not just them. Like, there's tons of other species that are impacted by specifically the expansion of the Roberts Bank terminal, which is something that's required to get the increased oil to markets. And this whale population is already a species at risk. I think they have a 25% chance of extinction, and this would be fucking huge. And when Althea reported this, there was
I want a conservative to say the same thing, but to mean the opposite. They have a 25%. Pepper Poilievre comes in. He's like, they have a 25% chance of extension. Let's make this 100. Let's get it over the finish line.
there was sufficient outcry that the Stephen McKinnon, a Liberal MP, came out and said, oh, this is not true. We're actually doing all kinds of stuff to protect the whales. But the thing is, this stuff that they are doing to protect the whales, they announced before they sought this exemption. Okay.
Okay.
And
how does that change anything?
Also, I spoke to an environmental lawyer, Anna Johnston, who is with.
Wait. That doesn't mean anything, right? So if you announce something, like let's say that you announce something 1 week before, and you're like, we're doing something to save the whales, and then you're like, we expand the port. Like the fact that they're 1 week apart doesn't mean anything. If we're talking about like 3 years ago, now maybe you have a good fucking point there. Like they're unrelated. But even then, you would have to show how the saving the whales part of things is not enough. So I'm kind of confused. Like, what's the point? You haven't made a point.
With West Coast Environmental Law, and she told me that those protections, things like, quote, reducing fishing quotas, voluntary noise management and slowdown measures, rules for whale watching tour boats, they will not compensate for the critical Species at Risk Act legal protection. And this is the thing, right? Like, why would the government still need to seek that proposal?
What?
Like, still.
But why would they be compensated? They don't own the whales. Like, I guess they make a business out of it, and you can make a case that, like, killing the whales kills the business. But I don't know how you could, like, it's a leap to say that every public resources that is getting destroyed to create a new one that you don't own, that you should be compensated on it because you make profit on it. If the government has a vacant terrain where some people are like, I don't know, making walks in the woods and they're making money on it, if the government sells it so that there can be housing, should we expect the government to compensate the walks in the wood company? No, right? This is like you've made your business on something, on shaky ground. So like, just push your activism, I guess, or else get fucked. Like, it's sad, but that's how it is.
Still need to seek that exemption after announcing those protections, unless they knew that regardless of those protections, the project for it to go ahead would still require that Species at Risk Act exemption to the jeopardy test. That's the thing. Like, so I don't, first of all, so here's the thing, right? Like, everything I just laid out to you on why we don't need this project, why it doesn't make economic sense for our country, why it's going to exacerbate the climate.
But whoa, am I crazy? She didn't make these arguments. Am I retarded?
The government still need to seek that proposal, like still need to seek that exemption after announcing those protections, unless they knew that regardless of those protections, the project for it to go ahead would still require that Species at Risk Act exemption to the jeopardy test. That's the thing. Like,
well, not necessarily. Like, let's say that you're a business seeking investment. Let's take a look at this. You want to expand the port, but the government doesn't want to put all the money up front for this, right? No government will say, okay, we'll just fucking pay the 10 billion or whatever, and that will be a loss on us for some time, and we will have to take that mega loan. No, you want to offload this loan to the private sector. But how could any company make this loan if they don't have some kind of guarantee that this is going through. And the biggest issue with this is the possibility of it being blocked because of some environmental issue. So here the clear issue to essentially make this loan like a secure investment, make it possible for it to be a loan, is to remove it from the table. It doesn't mean that they're like, okay, for sure they're gonna die. It just means that we don't want this to even be a thought into the investor's mind, because we know that it could compromise the ability to essentially offload the loan to the private market, which is what we want, right? We don't want to have to pay for all that debt. We don't want to have to pay the interest on it. That's not something that we should seek to want. We need to use this capital for more things. So if we can share the burden of the capital, that's great. So I don't see how, like, she's stating that she proved how there was no like business case for this. Like, no, you have not. Like, am I insane? I feel like there's no way that she's just stating this as something that's true without like any. She must have said something and I skipped it. Okay, I'm just going to be as charitable and as good faith as possible. I'm probably retarded.
Like, so I don't. First of all, in the so here's the thing, right? Like, everything I just laid out to you on why we don't need this project, why it doesn't make economic sense for our country, why it's going to exacerbate the climate crisis. There's so many reasons why this project actually won't be a benefit to Canada financially. And its
how do we know
previous
that?
Iteration, the TMX, hasn't been an economic benefit despite the government.
Oh, okay, we're talking about the pipeline now, not the
we're
porch.
also going to kill the fucking whales for it. Like, what are we doing here?
Okay.
What are we doing? Is this for political points? We're gonna kill the southern resident killer whale population for political points? Because I don't see what else we're getting from this. I genuinely don't see it. Like, it's really upsetting. It's really upsetting, and like, these are so much. The whales, like, they're just an example of so much of what makes this country special, and I feel like we're seeing this government dismantle so much of what makes Canada Canada. Like, all this talk of privatization, this talk of,
like, where is this talk of privatization? What are we talking about?
The blatant disregard for environmental impacts. Maybe this is what Canada really is, but I would like to think that we can be better. And there is another way. Politics doesn't have to be like this. We don't have to accept doom. We don't have to,
I don't understand how she thinks this is doom. Is she just privileged, or am I retarded?
They keep telling us this is pragmatism. It's not pragmatism, it's politics. You're just doing politics. There's actually nothing pragmatic about it. Pragmatic makes it sound like it makes sense. It doesn't make sense. Like, I don't.
Okay, it makes sense. I'll explain it just to make sure that it's clear. It makes sense on a political level because you don't want the governing party that actually knows how to govern and actually gives a shit about the environment to be unseated, because if they're unseated, you're going to see even worse. Like, if you look at what you're seeing right now and you're like, oh my god, this is bad, you understand that if they don't take these measures, if they don't do all of that, the Conservatives will have a point and will fuck up. And will fuck everything up when they get in power. So maybe it's better to like try to entrench our political position in order to make sure that we don't get taken over by people who are essentially just fascist. They don't care about it. They don't care about our election. They don't care about the truth. They don't care about your killer whales. Like, even less than me, okay? I do care a little bit about them. I don't want them to be extinct for nothing. I want to pony up the money to make it work, to make sure that they are still alive somehow. But, like, let's not kid ourselves. There is a danger here. The danger is the Conservative. So, like, it makes political sense already. So that's already 1 point. Oh, shit, I'm dying. Already 1 point. It makes political sense. Let's go forward in that. Does it make economic sense, right? if you want to make money, if you want to have a country that people looks to for resources, if you want to have an international image that is actually worth something, well, you need to be able to trade. You need to be able to give the resources that the world needs and that the world wants. So here, you have not shown in any way how the calculus for extracting these resources, putting them through a pipeline, and shoving them into a port, how this calculus is flawed in any way. So I'm just confused. Like, you can make, I believe that the experts on oil have says that there's no oil to fill the pipeline. Okay, I get that, but they're just going to produce more. That's the reality. We're assuming here that people are not going to weigh enough oil for the next 15 years, so we're going to at least sell some oil within that time frame that is going to make up, and it's going to be an overall benefit for economic activity, and our allies will thank us for that oil. Like, we need to prove how this is not the case. Or I don't know, like, no, there's another way. The other way is to say, yeah, I just don't care about the economic well-being that much. I think we're okay where we are, and we can just continue where we are right now. Like, that's an okay thing to say. I just think that you're not going to convince anyone with that. Like, sadly, the economy is working for some, it's not working for all. So, yeah. Like, you need to make the argument for all.
I don't understand what we're doing here. It doesn't make any sense. And I just wish that we weren't thinking so short term and so selfishly and so much in the interest of corporate greed as opposed to the people and the nature and world that we live in and the things that make it so special. And
why corporate
greed?
Our
minds to what we can actually achieve if we set our minds to it, and just look to like the DSA in the States, the ways in which obviously they've
the DSA,
there's a horrific gross candidate right now, but everyone's calling for his resignation, so that's good.
No. Oh no, are we talking about what's his name? It's Splatner, right? Yeah, Graham Plattner. Oh no. Okay, for those who don't know, Graham Plattner is a rapist. Okay, it was like shown that he is a rapist. And when I'm talking about rape, I'm not talking about, like, I don't want to minimize any rape right now. That sounds fucking horrible. But I'm not talking about the soft, like, okay, I didn't like set my boundary correctly. So the guy like didn't even care about my boundaries. So he just essentially, we had sex and I didn't like it. I feel like we shouldn't have. And the guy didn't really care about my boundaries. Like, we're not talking about that. We're talking about drunk driving to the person's house, busting the door open, coming inside of the person, unprotected, and then just going to sleep. Like, this is a brutal, like, as bad as it gets rape. This was the guy with, and like, it's not the first time that it happens, right? Because there's another person that came out and he was and that person was saying like, well, he's essentially like, he doesn't really care about consent. There's the fact that he had a Nazi tattoo and he was lying about the fact that he knew that it was a Nazi tattoo. He was saying like, I don't know that it was a Nazi tattoo, blah blah blah. So this guy was your guy. Like, the socialists of America were yelling at the top of their lung that if you don't back Plattner and essentially say anything bad about him, you're Satan. But then when when it becomes obvious that the guy is essentially like worse than a plant, then we're just like waving this off. Like, the socialists in the US are a fucking joke. They are in Canada too, but they are a joke. Like, we're
Alt
pretending.
account 6502 says.
Greetings.
Greetings indeed. We're watching Copium 4000 here. So, I mean, I can scroll it back. This is a fucking meme. Like, I don't know if you follow the fucking
freeze
hell.
frame is crazy.
True. I don't know if you follow what's his name? Platner. What happened with that? But
just look to like.
But this is going to be the most funny quote of the year.
Special, and I think we need to open our minds to what we can actually achieve if we set our minds to it, and just look to like the DSA in the states that
Look to the
ways
DSA.
in which obviously there's a horrific gross candidate right now, but everyone's calling for his resignation. So
I knew
that's
that.
good.
I don't know. They were just harassing everyone to vote for the guy who is essentially a full-blown fucking rapist, busting down the door, coming inside of someone without any consent. But I mean, it's going to resign, right? And we're just providing a vision.
Plap, plap, get pregnant.
Yup. Like that, exactly that. We're like, what the fuck are we talking about? I don't know what to deal with that. Okay, I just don't know. Anyway, do you want to talk? Do you want to have a yap? Because this is getting, again, freeze frame is insane. But if you want to have a yap, we will.
Sure.
Okay. So let me disconnect from that. Let me go pee. And I'll be back, okay? With a yap. Get on Discord, my friend. Right. Okay, let's stop with that image and let's yap, okay? Let's yap a rune. Let's get that here. Doop, 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 doop. All right. I'll drag you in. Here we go. Hello.
Hello.
How's it going?
Pretty well. I just
Doing-
woke up.
That's fair. That's fair. I'm doing well as well. So, no, I've been yelling about a bunch of shit. It's been kind of funny, but yeah. Essentially, in Canada, we have this thing where we're trying to build a bunch of shit, but when you're building things, it will happen that there are some species in the way. So people are kind of triggered because we're essentially saying, fuck the species, we're just going to build, and we're going to like do some mitigation in order to try to help and not kill the killer whales. But no, they're most likely dying. But it's just funny to see people essentially forego billions of dollars of like revenue and pure economic goodness and be like, oh my god, some killer whales might die. Like, to me, that's a big meme. But we'll see. We'll see.
As I understand, I think Trump's trying to get a change in how endangered species are being treated. Like,
well,
essentially, damaging the habitat no longer counts as damaging the species or whatever.
Well,
I'm not too sure the exact details. I'm sure you could find it though.
I mean, with Trump, I wouldn't trust anything I see from him. So frankly, I don't care about what he does because I know that it's most likely going to be bad. It seems that he's not able to table any legislation that makes sense. He's only doing things through executive order, and the executive order half the times are unconstitutional. So, like, my big issue here was just that we were talking about a multi-billion project in Canada, and like you cannot put like a $10 billion project and just say there's 200 killer whales right there, and the fact that they might die is too much and we need to cut that out. Like, that to me is insane. Most people would go kill the killer whales themselves with their bare hands if we were talking about like giving that money to each of the people that are killing the killer whales in their pocket. Like, they would be so happy to go and genocide the killer whales. So anyway, like,
Killer whale
just destroying the habitat for nothing, like, that's retarded, and we need to have a calculus there, right? So when I'm saying 10 billion, it's the number is actually important. Like, if we were talking about a $1 million thing, I would be way more reticent about killing an entire species. But yeah, like, there's an actual calculus that has to happen, and I have no faith about Trump doing it, but I have faith with the Prime Minister, Mark Carney, doing it. But yeah, did you have some questions, or else I might have some questions for you?
Go ahead. Give me some questions.
All right, we're changing. Okay, we're flipping the table. We're absolutely destroying the chair. No, okay, let's lower the violence a bit. Okay, so last time that we talked, we had to talk about a bunch of things, and my view of your positions. And when I say last time, I don't mean like yesterday. I mean before that. My understanding of your position was that you were, we could say, Trump curious, but not necessarily like just sold out to him. So that was my impression. I'm going to ask a very precise question here. And where I'm getting at is what the change between the two positions are. So how did you feel at the election when, like, if you were to cast a vote for Trump or for Harris, what would you have done back then? And today, if you go back in time, what would you do now? Right? Is there a change in that? And what would be the mental there? Do you get where I'm getting at?
I kind of weighed my options when I voted. I kind of thought Trump would be the better choice, just in the sense that I think he has a bit more intellect than Kamala. Like, she doesn't seem to have it all together, you know what I mean? Like, don't get me wrong, Trump's not all that intelligent either, but it's always a choice of two evils, and you always have to weigh those options.
Okay. And today, how would it change? Would it change? Like, if you could go back in time?
Not significantly. I haven't seen too many policies that just aggravated me from him. I haven't really seen us getting into too much war either. Like, we've kind of kept the Middle East at arm's length. But I did see that Trump was threatening to go end Iran, which is interesting to say the least.
Okay. I have some more questions. So,
sure.
And please do not take anything I'm saying as an insult. I'm just trying to get an idea of where you get your information, how you see things, because look, most people, at least most old people, the only news they get is from like Facebook, and most young people, it's from YouTube Shorts or TikTok or whatever. So I'm just trying to get an understanding of how you get to your conclusions. So when, on a single day, where do you think you get the political influence? Like, we all get influence. I watch content. I end up like seeing the ideas. I get influenced by the ideas. So like if I were to answer myself, like back then I used to look at a lot of political slop that were just like blood sport debates. That was my fun thing. And today I would love more like the boring boomer news, because to me that's interesting. But I understand that 99% of people, that's not the case. So for you right now, what would you like, what's your news consumption? Where are you getting the information that you make that judgment from?
Most of the information I find is on my Google News feed, and there's two other places. Every once in a while, I'll see an interesting YouTube video that has a title describing what the hell Trump's doing. I'm like kind of mad on whatever he's doing, and then I'll see like my dad has a X account, Twitter.
Yeah.
And he is much more right than I am. So every once in a while, I'll see from his feed or hear from him talking about whatever he sees in his feed.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And when you see, just to answer, like, I'll answer all the questions because I don't want to like fucking single out anything, but like to me, yeah, it's just that I know that those questions can be done in a rude fucking way, and that's not what I want, because I find this interesting.
I've never taken a political discussions offensively.
That's okay. That's great. So, like, for me, I watch the CBC, which is essentially the big institutional newscaster that is government funded in Canada. And some of it will come from my YouTube feed. So when I look at my feed, like, of course this doesn't fit, but like it's a lot of slop, but I can go to my personal feed. And like, we're going to have like these people that talk about policies, these fucking giga blood sport debate where they're yelling at each other, and like essentially meta narrative that talk about the discussions that are going on. Oh fuck, I'm not sharing my screen. Give me a moment. Like it's going to look like something like that. So we have blood sport debate. We have some like policy things. We have meta narratives about like how the space is being talked about. So those are essentially my sources where I get most of my information from. Now, okay, to move on what I was asking. When you look at, you said that you had your Google News and you had your essentially your YouTube feed, and maybe some like by proxy of your father, his own information that he gets. From your own point of view, when you look at your feed, especially YouTube, or yeah, that's probably what I want to target. Do you have some people that come back often in your feed? Do you have like some creators that you see often and that you will watch more often than not their videos?
Sure, some channels, but generally it's not anything political. Like I'll find maybe one or two YouTube shorts that have a intriguing title, and maybe I'll go briefly look over it. I'm like, that's kind of BS, or no, okay, that makes sense, and then kind of just move on.
I get it, but for the political stuff, is there some name that like come back to you often?
Not really. I intentionally blocked the like, you know how YouTube has these lines of videos where it's in a particular category, and you
Yes.
can say like, do not recommend this category. I've
Yes.
done that to all the news stuff because I don't really care about NBC, CNN, or any of that crap, whether it
Okay.
be blue or red.
Okay. Okay. I'm trying to corner a few things, and when I say corner, I mean like understand how you get this impression. Okay, one thing. Yeah, maybe that's an idea. When you look at your father's X feed, how do you feel about it?
Oh, I feel like it's a bit on the conspiracy theorist side. Like that's where some of the Gen Xers lean, or even some of the early to late millennials.
And do you if you were to make that that's a fucking question. If you were to make
Very
an
broad
health
statement, mind you.
if you were to make an health decision, let's say that you were to decide I don't know what to do with your cancer, and you didn't have a doctor, so you needed to make a decision based on the X feed or based on your YouTube feed. Which one would you make the decision with, and why?
Well, my YouTube feed would have differing information, but honestly, I just go to Google and figure out what the symptoms relate to and see if it's one thing or another, and then
That's fair,
possibly
but if
seek
you had to
medical help.
choose, if you had to choose,
It
like
would
if you
have
were
to be my
forced,
YouTube feed, no
Okay.
doubt.
and
'Cause
why
I-
would that be? What in your mind
Because I
is
don't
the
want to.
core
I
difference?
don't want to be told to just use ivermectin for cancer because I'm not convinced that's going to have a higher probability of fixing it than chemotherapy.
Okay. Okay.
Which is what I'd say my dad's feed would lean towards.
Yeah, that's fair. Do you think that someone pushing, I'm just vibing through it. Do you think that someone pushing ivermectin, do you think that that person that does this, do you think that they're necessarily lying? No, that's a bad word. Do you think that we should never listen to someone that is pushing ivermectin for something that all the doctors, like the political establishment, not the political, sorry, medical establishment believes it's not meant to be used for? Should we like just never listen to that person?
Well, I understand, like, with, what is it called? Like, not Western
Hydroxychloroquine?
medicine.
Oh, okay. Ayurveda, like that type of.
I don't know. It's like not Middle East, but like it, instead of doing like what we do with actual meds, we actually. I'm thinking about like folk remedies, kind of. Do you know what word I'm looking for?
Well, the only thing that I can think about is a guy called Dr. K that does a lot of Ayurvedic. That I think that's the word, but it's essentially Indian medicine, and he uses these analogies.
That kind of.
So he's a psychologist, so he uses these analogies in order to pass some understanding of what your mind should do in your body and such. So, okay. So you think that there's some openness to these other strategies, but apart from that,
Without medical testing, I'm not really too convinced to do anything different than what the medical establishment here does. Let's put it that way.
Okay, that's fair. So, okay. Hmm. Okay.
Because I think it leans more towards the bullshit category than yeah, that's real. Should do that instead.
Yeah, so you would be, it would be a fair statement to say that if you are not in line with the like common agreements of doctors, the common practice of doctors, you're probably like 99% you're wrong about what you're saying, right? That would be a safe assumption to do. Does that describe what you're thinking there?
Could you elaborate a little bit?
So let's say that you would have to bet money on a strategy to cure someone's cancer. Would you... Fucking hell.
Like if we had a group of cancer patients, let's say, and we give one group ivermectin while we give the other group chemotherapy.
Yes, or let's be even a bit looser than that. Like we follow what a group of doctors says, and the other we follow whatever the like popular
Middle Eastern,
ivermectin or whatever is on your dad's feed, right? So if you were to bet money, what would be the odds that you would put money on, right? So if I'm saying 99% odds on the medical team being on the right, that would mean that I would be more than happy to accept 10-to-1 odds. So I could bet like $100 and expect to get $10 back, right? If I win, I get $10 more. So,
yeah, I definitely would put in Western medical practice.
So you would accept one of these like bets where 10-to-1, most likely the doctors know what the fuck they're doing, right?
Yeah, that's where I'm at.
Okay. And how do we determine that we trust these doctors? Why are these doctors a source of truth? Why do we believe in them, like in the first place?
Because first off, we post all the fatality rates of every single hospital, and we disbar people who make a patient's outcome less favorable.
So if I were to like maybe purify what you're saying, there is accountability, right? We are able to keep doctors accountable, and we know, like, we can calculate their outcomes, thus there is accountability. That would be a fair way to put it?
Yeah.
Okay. So just to be clear, we agree on medication and on doctors, like the fact that they always give good outcomes, and they seem to well regulate themselves, and they seem to always push away those who give bad takes, seems to show that they are trustworthy. And this is why if me or my daughter is having any medical issue, I will listen to my pharmacist. I will listen to my doctor because I trust this thing. Yeah. So we agree on that. Now, let's... Maybe I want us to move like in different directions. So
I can give you more things that I'd see on my dad's feed that I'm skeptical about even.
Well, just before, I'm trying to like fledge a thing, because there's a big thing that I'm trying to understand where we disagree, because I know that at the end we disagree, but I want to like drive at every single places that I know that there might be some
every
divisions.
stop point where we could.
Where we could disagree. So one thing, let's say that you were to invest your money, okay? So you have the choice between a group of financial advisor or your dad's feed, which I can already tell is probably telling you to invest in gold. Which investment strategy would you go with?
Actually, I think his feed would tell me to invest in selling our house before the floor drops out of the market.
True, the bubbles.
And then it would tell them to go buy a house once the market collapses.
Okay. Who would you like? Let's say that you either have a group of essentially the what we would call the intellectual elite of economists, right? So the financial advisors, or you would have the group of people that essentially give the your dad his feed. So the people that would talk about the bubble, I'm sure that he gets some crypto publicities and that he gets some, like a smaller amount, but he probably still gets some gold and crypto publicities. Like, who would you trust to give you the better return if you give them, let's say you have 10,000 in your pocket right now, if you give them 10,000 and they come back?
I'm not risking it. I'm giving it to the financial advisors.
Okay, why would
There's
you...
higher risk with listening to the feed, I think, because almost everything on Twitter is opinion-based rather than completely fact-based.
Okay, but why would it change if the amount is smaller?
Just because, like, if it's a negligible amount of money, if I can 10x it, maybe I would listen, but otherwise, not.
Okay, so what you're saying here, just to make sure that I understand, if there is a threshold where under that threshold it's not even worth your time, so if you're doing it, it's more like a meme than an actual investment. So you're if it's not a big number that you're going to care about afterwards, you don't fucking care about it. So let's say
It's like putting a couple dollars into Bitcoin and then learning it's way more expensive 10 years down the line.
Okay, I get it. Okay. Okay, one thing that I just want to say for your own understanding, and that I've sadly learned the hard way, if you don't treat all money equally, you end up in these situations where you make an excuse for you to lose money on small dumb stuff, and where through time, if you would have like kept that money together and just send it to whatever the financial expert says you should do, you would have way more money. So right now I would be way the fuck richer if I didn't put any money in Bitcoin, because that was
when did you do that?
Move.
Did you get it at the peak?
Not at the peak. Like I can go back in the chart and actually show it. I don't even have it in my charts anymore.
How much of a fraction of a Bitcoin do you got?
At that time I was fucking insane, and I didn't even it wasn't Bitcoin directly, it was a derivative that I was using, but the TLDR is let's go see. God damn those charts. Let's delete those because they don't...
Yeah, that's exactly the peak I was looking at or thinking about.
Oh, that's not the one. Give me a moment, I'll show you.
Oh, there's a bigger one?
Okay. So, which... Wait a second.
Yeah,
I
the
just
one
wanted...
before this.
I just want to see the dates. Yeah, it would have been over here. I'm not 100% sure. I think it was over here. It would make sense with the dates and all. So essentially, I started somewhere here. I wrote this whole fucking thing off with some complicated margin multiplicator thing. So essentially, I had 100,000 USD from like $10,000. So I 10x my money like a motherfucker. But then when it crashed, because I was leveraged like a retard, I lost everything in like 2 weeks, and yeah, I wanted to fucking kill myself.
Stings. That really stings.
So essentially at that moment, I kind of realized that if I would have taken my initial money and just put it in the stock market and just fucking waited, I would have gotten more by just waiting, because I'm losing everything and I don't know what the fuck I'm making. And there's a reason. Like, look, if the financial market could make more money by putting money into Bitcoin, they would do it, right? They would. So if it was
it's just another market, in all honesty.
But here what I'm talking is the actual players, right? So the actual players in the market, when they look at, should I invest in the TSX? Should I invest in the NASDAQ? Should I invest, like, where do I invest my money? Bitcoin is part of the choice. And when they look at it, they see that there's not that much benefit to be gotten
it's
there.
super volatile, so you can't really rely that it'll ever be at the price you bought it before. Like, don't get me wrong, that big old peak over there tells you, man, I could have fucking got 20x whatever I put in down at that dip over there.
Yeah, I get it, but like,
But
you have
that's
to think
all in
in a way.
hindsight. You can't even tell how the graph is going to go in the future.
Yeah, and you need to remember that every like rich institutional investors are looking at the same graph as you, and they're making their decision, right? So if
and
it
they're
was
going to be well more educated at guessing than I am.
So when they're not investing in something, we should listen. So, okay. Anyway, that's one thing, or maybe it was this peak over here. Maybe I don't remember. Okay, I don't care. Anyway. So, all right. So let's say that it's a big amount, and we ask either the feed or the like well-known investors, group of investors to invest. You would invest that $10,000 with the investors, not with the feed. Is that right? Sorry, if you answered it cut out.
I said indeed.
Indeed. Okay. All right. Okay. So we agree on that. And okay, so medical we agree. The financial we agree. Now, let's say that you did a crime, okay? You jaywalked. Oh, poor you. You jaywalked, and for the first time in US history, you are going to go and be in a courtroom because they want to just fucking get you for jaywalking, okay?
Gotta bulk up that quota, huh?
Fair. So, in that instance, do you, A, go seek advice from the people that have passed the bar, that have, like, the lawyers, the attorneys, I don't know the difference, but one of the two, the one that applies. The people that actually, like, have a reputation, or do we go with the lawyers and attorneys that we see on the feed, or at least their advice?
A lot of them agree in the same essence. Like, they both agree, don't speak to them, get a lawyer.
Yes, but at the end of the day, if we're talking about this,
how I
like,
handle it.
Yes, but at
Don't
the end of
even
the
give a
day,
single
let's say that you're going to court, like you need to hire one, and you have the money for the one of your choice. Like, it's not going to money is not a professional. Why is that?
And well, first off, you can always get a lawyer appointed for no charge, so you can just ask, I'd like a lawyer.
Okay, yes. So if we assume that, we would always go to the professional. Okay, understood. Okay.
But yeah, that's my personal policy with dealing with the law. You just take it. You don't run. You don't do anything about it. You don't talk to them. You only talk to your lawyer.
Yeah, and you deal with it in the courtroom. Absolutely, I agree. Okay, just because I'm interested, what are the big things that you see in your father's feed, and you're like, what the fuck is this, or that you strongly disagree?
Things like I don't want to call it chemtrails, but that's essentially what they're claiming, dropping like heavy metals into the air to reduce the impact of sunlight, crap like that. Like, I could see that being happening, or even his feed has a real big thing on aliens. Like, and since there's like two things right now that the government's doing with I think aliens.gov, oddly enough. And actually, I don't even know it's it's a domain registered to the U.S. government, but I don't know if there's anything on there yet. When I went there, there wasn't. But I heard about this domain like right when it was registered.
Okay. All right. Okay, and why would you, like the way that you worded it, it seems like you're saying that you don't believe that chemtrails are a thing. How do you get to that conclusion, or why do you get to that conclusion?
Well, I think atmospheric doping very well could be a thing to reduce the amount of sun getting in. But aside from that, like, I don't know that they're doing it to like harm the people. Is what I'm saying. Like,
yeah, they're doing like cloud seeding. That's a thing
yes,
that is
that.
like public. We know that, right? But chemtrails are going forward by stating that they're doing something nefarious with like above that cloud seeding. Like maybe they're doing it at the same time, or maybe they're doing it like for a specific reason, but it is negative to the general populace because of those chemtrails. How do you, maybe that's the core of my question. Why do you say that this, like, why do you feel safe saying that it's not happening? Like, it's probably like, no, you would. Am I fair to say that you're erring on the side that 99% of the time?
Crap! Aliens.org is not about the flying aliens. They're about illegal immigrants.
Oh, really? I've opened aliens.gov and it goes to whitehouse.gov. Oh,
/
yeah,
aliens.
Okay. Yep, that's okay.
I was wondering because that domain seems awfully fishy.
Yep, that looks weird. But how do you get to that conclusion? That interests me. How do you get to the conclusion of chemtrails 99% of the time were like this ain't happening. The nefarious thing, this is not true.
The vast majority of the lingering things following behind jets are definitely contrails. Like, when you're high up in the atmosphere, the stuff doesn't just dissipate very quickly. Like, it can stay there for even hours.
Yes. And how did you get that information? How did you know that this was, like, bullshit? How did you get to that conclusion?
Creators like Cody Don Reader from Cody's Lab.
Oh. Yeah, I know him. Okay. And he made videos about that? I didn't remember. Or he talked about it?
I think so. I'm not too sure, but channel similar to that.
Okay, so essentially you trust that channel, or he at least showed compelling proof that it was bullshit, hence your
maybe yeah, I know a channel you'd probably call like just absolute bullshit. You could probably look up Thunderfoot. Like it seems like he puts up this portrayal of himself like everyone on the internet is against him for some reason. Like I haven't watched any of his videos since like COVID.
I don't know. I cannot speak about him. I'm looking it up right now, but look, it could be bullshit. It could be true. I don't know about him. Okay, so chemtrails are bullshit, and you come to that conclusion because you've seen compelling evidence compiled in a YouTube video coming from someone that you trust, or at least the evidence was enough
to trust.
Okay, that's fair. Okay, you said chemtrails, and you had another thing afterward that your father's feed was heavy on.
Particularly UFOs or UAPs.
Aliens. Okay.
Because I know that they're releasing files like as a slow drip, kind of like how they were doing with the Epstein files, about UAPs and classified documents of them.
Do you think that there's been enough proof released as of now to say that there are aliens on Earth right now? Is this like something that, in your view, it is like?
I'm not
just true?
confident that there are aliens. Like,
Okay.
there's illegal aliens, but
Yeah,
that's a different
definitionally,
thing.
yes. But apart from that, like if we remove from the Trump doctrine there, we
yeah.
okay,
I'm not convinced there's aliens.
okay, and you come
Like,
to that
you ain't-
conclusion,
Due
maybe
to lack of evidence, just like how I don't necessarily believe there's a all omniscient being that decides what my afterlife entails.
okay. So would it be
Because
fair to
there's so
say?
many different options
go ahead.
of that one.
Okay. Would it be fair to say that if there was proof, you would see it? Like it would be so flagrant that it would be on the news everywhere. Like you would see it everywhere. If there were alien and there were solid proof, it would be so big, like everyone would know. Is that a fair statement to say?
Well, there's a difference between a select group of people knowing if there are, but like Obama himself said that there's aliens.
Okay, wait a second. Let's back off.
And then Trump was like, oh, hold on, that's classified, and didn't talk any more about it. So that's interesting to me.
Well, if we go, the things that I've seen with Obama, it seemed to be more like a meme that he was doing, but we could watch a clip. I don't really care about that. Where I was trying to go with that is if it was publicly known that there was alien and there was proof out there, do we think that it would be
all over the news? I think
yeah.
to a degree, maybe not NBC or CNN. I don't think they'd jump at the opportunity to go reveal it.
Why do we think that they wouldn't?
I feel like they more cover the fact people think there are aliens than cover the fact there are aliens. You know,
if there was, wouldn't they just cover that there was? Like let's
some
try to
news
steel
agencies
man.
don't like to alienate their fan base, let's say their viewer base.
I get
with,
that, but let's steel man them.
Outlandish claims.
Let's steel man them for a minute. Right now, if there's not enough proof for aliens, they have to talk, if they want to be truthful, right? If they don't want to lie, they have to talk about people's belief in the fact that there are aliens, because there's no proof that there are aliens. But if there were proof, then they could talk about the fact that there are aliens, right? Wouldn't that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. So when you say that people like, oh, that's a good thing to go into. When we go into news, like a big news channel, we say that we don't want to alienate like our viewers. How do you think this? How do you think this is expressed within the newsroom? So, for example, if I would say, like, let's say, oh, those people are liberals, so I don't want to alienate my liberals, so I'm never going to cover a conservative win. Is that a fair thing to say? Do you think that this is happening in CNN? Do you think that
they'll cover the win, but they'll put a negative spin on it.
Okay, they will spin it. They will try to see how it's negative, how there's bad within, like, whatever they're looking at.
Yeah, I feel like it's the same with the red side as well.
Okay, so we feel that it's the same way if we look at Fox or what's the name? American News Network, ANN or something like that. Anyway,
NBC, are you talking about?
No. It's another one.
CBS, maybe. I'm not really aware of many
ANN.
red.
Well, Fox is one.
Fox is definitely one. There's a smaller one that I can't remember the name of that my grandma watches.
Would it be? Give me a moment.
They act like they're the independent source.
Well, to be honest, Fox does the same thing. OAN and Newsmax.
Newsmax, yes. Newsmax, that's the one.
Okay, Newsmax. Okay. Okay, those are red, right? We agree
Yeah,
that
yeah.
Newsmax, that's red. Okay. Do we think... So, when we say we put a spin on things, would you consider this lying? Now, I'm not talking about sides, right? But if you're... Essentially, if Trump closed the border through legal means and managed to get less migrant in, as he said, and is like making everything safer, if like that was the world that happened, that was the news that happened, and let's say CNN comes out and says that it's bad because the migrants, because we're not open to migrants anymore, and it might like play into the maybe the racist side of Trump supporters, would that be, in your view, is that a lie, or is that just a difference of opinion? How do you view that?
I treat it so most news channels only have a very small section where they have to do news rather than opinion pieces. And most
Okay.
of the time it's the opinion pieces that they're covering.
Yes.
So I'd say it's almost more opinion based than fact based with a lot of this stuff.
Okay, so what you would say is that your problem is not really with the news, because the news is going to put things fairly, but the
They're going-
opinion that's behind it,
The
like what comes
analysis
after.
of the situation.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
you
that's-
have to take a grain of salt with either side, really.
All right. Do you believe that there's a side that is worse than the other with that? Like that is going to fuck up their analysis way more often in order to make it fit with what their viewers want?
Well, right now, just because Trump is in office, I'd say that NBC is going to put a lot larger of a spin against Trump than there otherwise would be, and claim that there's a lot more public outrage than there actually is.
Do you think that if we were to like ask Americans, do you think that people love what Trump is doing right now? Like, do we think that there's over
I'd say somewhere
50%
between
that
40,
would agree
40
in
and
general?
60% are reasonably happy with how Trump's treating this country.
Okay. How do you get to that conclusion?
Just on my personal experience, of course, I'm in a very I have a very small perspective compared to someone that travels the country, for example. But
Okay.
I've talked to a lot of lefties, a lot of righties.
Okay. Would it be fair to say that you're talking to the people that you...
Toadzage
Hi, Toad.
106 says,
Hello.
Sorry,
Waving
someone
hand
in
for
chat.
help.
I'll just kill the TTS because or else it will fuck my mind a little bit. So you can speak all you want, Toad. But yes, we're having a discussions, and I'm trying to like parse out how I disagree and how you get to your decisions. So that's what we're doing right now, Toad. Happy to see you, by the way. Okay, so you're saying, from my perspective, is it fair to say that from your perspective, when you're talking to family, friends, to the people you know, you end up with this view that 60 to 40% of Americans, they somewhat agree, at least somewhat agree with Trump
That's a good way to put it.
handling. Would you repeat?
Yeah, I'd agree.
Okay. Here, there's a thing. I wonder if you agree with me on that. So when you said someone could like travel the news and travel the country and like get a broader opinion, I'm going to disagree there. When you're talking to people, you're talking to the limited like spectrum of people there. The reality is the only way that you could get a broad idea is not by you yourself speaking to people. You're never going to you yourself like engage with enough people in order to like get a big enough sample size. You're going to need to rely on polls. So here, to settle this question, essentially, I'm kind of confused about how you would vibe this instead of purely going to a poll?
If you can get statistics, I think statistics are always better than vibes. Like, they tell a much more complete story.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So here, like, let's say that I go on, what's US 538, or is it something like that? 538 opinion polls. Oh, it became something else. Anyway, can we look at US polls? Like, if I pull up US polling, Donald Trump approved.
Confidence, I think, would be the word.
Confidence is too strong. I feel that you're like, it's going to be impossible to
get that using that word. I got you.
Yeah. I'm trying to make
I just thought it was something about something confident.
So, do Americans approve or disapprove of Donald Trump? So that's the question. And the wait, what the fuck? Bro can't let political maple to sit aside. Indeed, I cannot let political maple sit aside. Okay. Okay, so do Americans approve or disapprove of Donald Trump? They say 39.6% approve against 57.2% disapprove. So,
sounds like it lands right about my estimate.
Well, it would land.
Like, 39's very close to 40.
Yeah, but you were
Plus,
saying
there's
60 to 40, right? So we're.
Yeah, somewhere within that ballpark.
Yeah, but here we're stretching it, right? That's
but you're also having some percentage that is undecided, because that number, I don't think those two numbers together make 100.
Well, the middle would be not undecided, but would be essentially. I don't have an opinion. I don't answer this question, right?
Gotcha.
So there's a 5% there that's missing.
Like, I don't care either way, kind of thing. But maybe that's not what we're seeing here.
Normally that's when there's a difference is just because it's they don't answer the question itself. So it's okay to not answer the question, but still, okay. I'm sorry. There's a big issue right now. So I don't see how you can say, essentially. Sorry, I'm not sharing the screen, and I should. I will share that screen. Okay. So here is the graph that I'm talking about. Okay. So I don't see how you can say, essentially, my range is 60%.
Don't get me wrong. My
40.
My estimate was not super accurate. I will say that. I was purely spitballing is the word.
It's okay. And the actual result is here, and you're saying it's still within my range. So here I'm not saying like, oh, it's technically outside. I'm saying your frame of reference here was like, if it would have been here, if it would have been like 43, I would still say, isn't that a little bit weird that you thought that all of this range was possible?
Honestly, I wouldn't have put even 50 on there. I know the confidence polls lean less towards Trump.
And why is that, do you think?
Because honestly, Trump's a little bit hot-headed and makes choices executively without much care for how the citizens may react to it. He's trying to do what I guess he thinks is best for the U.S. He's done a fair amount with trading that ultimately hasn't clapped back on us. I don't think are we still doing the import taxes from China?
There are some, yes.
But that's kind of where the confidence for Trump started lowering a little bit, just because of the fact that a lot of people don't want to have to pay more for shit on Temu or the Alibaba.
Okay.
Not just because of that, mind you. There's plenty of factors that would make people just like. Don't get me wrong. I think Trump and Kamala are both kind of shit biscuits. Like, you have, if you have to eat a shit biscuit, you have to choose which shit biscuit's going to taste better.
Okay. Now, okay, we can come back to this. You're saying you believe Donald Trump was like at the time and still is smarter.
In my personal opinion.
Yeah, I understand. Is smarter than Kamala.
Well,
I don't know if I'm saying it correctly, but
mostly honestly, I lean into the sexism, if you can put it that way, a little bit, just because of the fact that, like, if you're going to be a president, you have to know if you're going to use the launch codes. And if you're panicking, you can't really choose to make big decisions like that. And I find girls lose control of their emotions a lot faster than dudes do. They don't keep composure as well.
Okay. So do we... Okay, so we think that there is a sex difference between the ability to be able to, like, keep composure. Would that be right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Keep a level head and not freak the fuck out.
Okay. Just as an interesting point here, do we think that we have seen Kamala ever freak the fuck out?
I haven't personally, but also she hasn't been the president.
Well, she's been
VP,
vice,
sure.
Yeah. So she's already been, like, pretty much as roasted as you can get in public life. Like, the next step is president, but, like.
And also, as soon as she went on Talk Tua, I didn't want her. And other celebrities, just to milk more, try to get more people from the polls. Not my thing.
But why does that not carry over when we look at Trump?
Suppose if you consider the Joe Rogan podcast, then yeah, I guess that kind of leans into the right side.
I mean,
that is a very
are we
good
saying
parallel.
that
Talk Tua
or whatever? Like, are we saying that Joe Rogan, like hydroxychloroquine pusher, like ivermectin pusher, Joe Rogan,
to be
don't
fair,
believe in COVID?
Ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine are real human drugs, but they can be used. Which one is
yeah,
it?
but they're not using the standard that Joe Rogan was advising.
Not for COVID, no. But supposedly
so here,
it reduces the effects of long COVID.
Yeah, supposedly, but it has never been shown, and it's been like it's just a lie. So we can say supposedly, but we already have the data to back up the fact that it doesn't work. So
gotcha.
Here's my great concern. Why is it that we are looking at Trump went on every podcast that he could from every degenerate that he could find? There was Joe Rogan. He was with XQC. I mean, at that level, he went on. Yes, he went on with XQC.
He was on an XQC stream? That's crazy.
Trump, XQC, and he was with... It's so retarded.
XQC is a bit of a brainlet. I'd love to see how he handles him.
And he was with Aiden the dipshit.
You mean Andrew Tate?
Not Andrew Tate. Maybe he was with it. I don't know. This guy, Aiden, this dumb fuck. Like, this guy has been kicked from every platform. Aiden Ross. He's... Oh, God. My ears. Give me a moment.
I don't really recognize him.
It's okay.
Yeah. So what's your good side? What do you like walking both
like,
sides?
he goes...
Yeah.
That's XQC.
By the way, do you like my buddy Felix's shirt? I love that. Felix, by the way, Mr. Trump.
So, like, how can we say that, like, Kamala, that I'm sure that you
Looking at
have
his shirt
heard,
like a big old question mark.
like, I'm sure that you recognize that in the left and in the Democratic Party, they always are talking about we need a Joe Rogan of the left. That's because, right, she didn't do as much appearance everywhere as Donald Trump. So why the fact that she went on Octua is a negative, but for Trump, it's like a meme and we don't care? That he goes to people that are more disgusting, right?
More disgusting is...
Joe Rogan is more disgusting than anybody that you're going to find.
Opinion. Like, to be fair, Talk Tua is by the gal that made the fucking Hot Tua meme, which, like, I'm just not impressed.
But let's be clear. Joe Rogan is responsible for the death of thousands of people. You get that, right? There's no way to cut it with what he said about hydroxychloroquine, about vaccines,
as long as you
about
take
that.
normal dosage, you're not going to get hurt by hydroxychloroquine.
It's not about getting hurt. It's about trusting this until it's too late, right? If you're 80
I got you.
and you take
but there's also still
hydroxychloroquine,
people that believe in.
I'm not saying that he is the only man.
Medicine?
Yeah, I'm not saying that he's the only one that popularized this or that it's only because of him that people died during COVID. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is clearly this guy was doing millions of views undermining the push towards vaccine, the push towards safer.
I'm not a big fan of Joe Rogan.
Yeah, it's okay. I'm not saying that you're a fan, but I'm just saying, why are we essentially saying this person that is like Joe Rogan, like Donald Trump is going to see all of these influencers, which are like essentially as bad as you can get, and then we're seeing Kamala with Octua, and that's like a big thing. So what I'm asking here, just to be very precise, is why was your thought with Kamala that Octua was an issue, but you never even, like, it never crossed your mind that it would be an issue for Trump? Like the same standard applied to Trump would be an issue.
That is a reasonable question. I ultimately do have a bias against Kamala in the first place, so that's partially why. Like, I'm well aware I have a bias against her.
Do you think that it's fair to have a bias? Like, let me make an example. Let me be more precise. Okay, let's say that someone came to you and said, I have a bias against black people. I don't like black people, and I don't want to be friends with them. I don't want to know them. I just have a bias against black people. Would you say that it's okay for that person to have a bias against black people? Or would you say
that's completely reasonable?
You would say that it's reasonable? Wouldn't you say that it's
as long
like...
as you don't hurt black people, you don't yell at them, you don't do anything that's against the law to them. You just treat them like normal people, but in your head you're allowed to say whatever the hell you want.
Yeah, you're allowed to say anything you want. There's no disagreement there. I'm not saying that they should go in jail. What I'm saying here is, isn't there a flawed thinking when we should be taking people as individuals, when we should not look at people for their race when we employ them? Like the EI is bad.
I wasn't looking at Kamala with race. Like, she barely even half black, if that. And she's gone on and claimed she's multiple different races depending on what situation she's in to try to get the most support.
Well,
Schrodinger's
like a lot of black voters would disagree with you, but it's not an issue. Okay, let's skip this. What I'm getting at here is, we say that DEI is bad because it treats different races differently, but then if someone essentially says, it's my opinion that I don't like black people, and like I'm going to already start with a massive negative on how I think about black people instead of treating them as individuals. And we believe that this is an okay thing to, like,
You're trying
think.
to do this to point out the fact that I'm doing this against women particularly?
No. I'm not thinking about any of this. I'm just trying to understand. Okay.
Gotcha.
Let me be upfront about everything I'm doing. So right now, it seems that in your mind, you are very rational about how you select different things. So when we talked about doctors, it was very clear that the people on X are essentially buffoons just stating whatever they want in order to get money. So of course we're not going to listen to X. We're going to listen to the actual doctors. When we look at investments... Repeat?
Just board certified, that's what I was saying.
Yeah. And when we're looking at investments, if the money amount is important, we're not going to listen to X. We're going to listen about the actual people that have the licenses, that know whatever the fuck they're doing. When we're looking at chemtrails, we're going to look at evidence. So we have the chemtrailers, and we have the what is essentially the scientific community fighting back. So we're going to look at science. We are going to choose that. But here it seems that when we're trying to make other decisions that are within a political realm, there is this essentially, let's put out the question, is it a negative to go on podcasts with unsavory people? Okay? Is it a negative to go on podcast with bad people? And here, the answer, like it's not even comparable. Trump is losing on that front. Trump went to the depth of hell in order to find which podcast he's going to go.
Well, to be
and
fair,
which
Rogan is the biggest podcast on Spotify.
I get it.
So
but
it's a very much a strategic business plan on his part.
I get that. But what I'm saying is
businessman at heart.
I get it. But what I'm saying is here, if I take your question, your statement that going to podcasts with bad people is like if I assume that this is a valid critique, and I critique both candidates, Trump is losing that one. But here's the funny part. You have something that essentially overrides this. So each time that there's the situation where your question doesn't make sense with the current story that you have, you're going to say, but I have my opinion. And what I'm stating here is that where I'm seeing the issue and what I'm trying to essentially drill down on is, what do you even mean by opinion? Because opinion seems to be all roads lead to Trump.
Opinion is purely based upon personal, not knowledge, but personal
how do you
feelings.
build that?
As I said, it's feelings. Opinions are feelings, and I don't think they're very rational in most senses.
Okay. If you would want to make an educated decision, wouldn't you want to speak to the experts and think,
Sure.
Yeah. Who do we think are the experts when it comes to what's going on politically?
I feel like no one's really an expert. Everyone thinks they're an expert or acts like they're an expert.
That would be wait. That would be weird, right? Because we have experts everywhere else in our lives, right? We have experts in medicine, we have experts in science, we have experts in underwater basket weaving, right? So
particularly political stuff, it has a lot more opinion based to it. You have to choose a side for some reason. I don't know why you can't be like, well, these people are dipshits, and I'm kind of stuck with the shit sandwich. Gotta eat it.
Do you have to choose? Like, why? Okay.
Because you have to vote, or else you're just leaving it, and like, it's kind of a civic duty.
No. I think that you're putting the cart before the horse here. So let's come back in our mind to the example with doctors. So technically, there's two sides, right? There's the doctors and there's the people that
Homeopathic.
are, yeah, let's say homeopathic, right? It's complete bullshit, homeo, and they pretend, right, that they have some kind of backing. They don't, and we all know that, right? So there are two sides. You have to choose a side, because it's not as if you're going to like take your homeopathic and go to the doctor. You're not doing both of them, right? If you believe in one, you're not believing in the other. So you have to choose a side, but for that, you go to the expert. But for the other, instead of going to the expert, you're saying, there is no such thing as expert. I'm going with the preference that I have. And what I'm saying is that preference was made most likely with no information. So you're essentially saying, you're making the same argument as someone that is religious, right? You're saying, well, I've been born with that Bible. The Bible is true. Does God exist? Does the Bible is true, right? It's kind of a circular argument of, well, it's my opinion, so I choose to listen to the people that reinforce that opinion. So that's my opinion.
I don't even listen to people that reinforce my opinion. I like don't really listen to any news past the headline that tells me what's happening.
I am telling you, you are. Okay? I know that it requires faith in me, but I am telling
I
you,
got you.
Believe me, you don't know it, but you are. Your algorithm is feeding you that, or maybe
for sure.
your family.
My algorithms are for sure biased. Oh,
or maybe your family, right?
My mom's a blue. You see a lot.
But okay. So here, why is it? Like, let's come back to this example, because I think it's something that we should think about, right? Why do we not take a side before?
I'll go one step further. I'm much more likely to be biased towards whatever my dad's opinions were when the election was going on than my mom's, because I have less respect for her. Like she's a dickwad, okay?
That's okay. It's hard to hear you. Maybe you're getting further from the mic, but I get it. Like, I get what you're saying. Like, we have opinions of people, and thus their opinion.
It will reflect on how their opinions hold.
Yeah, absolutely. And our view, like, if we revert back a little bit, let's say that you have some bad experience with black people. Of course, you're going to see, like, it's sad to say, but you're going to see all black people as a whole as worse if you have a bunch of bad experiences with black people. Like, this is like a reasonable inference. It's a sad inference. It's something that we should see to not do as much as possible, but it's something.
It's just like how if someone got mauled by a pit bull, they see a pit bull, they're probably not going to want to be anywhere near it.
Yeah, that's reasonable. Okay, so look, that's okay. But here, let's come to this. Why didn't you choose a side before making the decision in the medical thing? But when we go to politics, your opinion is filtering this, right?
I'd argue that with medical stuff, it's already drilled into us as very young what is right. So ultimately, most of us don't go beyond the known path.
Okay, just to be clear, I never want to go for most of us. I want to go for you. But here, like, let's do this example again. Now, the reason when we talked about this, the reason why we said we are going to trust the doctors is because they are accountable, right? Because we can look into their past, we can look about their present, we can look about how they do things. We see that they, of course, go after their own when they're fucking up. So we can trust the doctors because they are accountable. But here, what you just added, which I feel like it's a justification of politics, but you don't. I don't believe that you believe that for real. So here, there's competing explanation for why.
It is a justification for politics to a degree, but
look, wait a second.
You're born into what your opinions will be, mostly.
But here, are we saying that accountability is the reason why we believe in a thing, or is it opinion that makes us believe in the medical? Especially, I'm just talking about the medical here. Let's stay very strict. Do we think that it's like percentage based? Do we think that it's like 20/80? Where do we go? How do we get to this conclusion of where, like a doctor, it's so clear that I should go to the doctor?
Rather than opinion, I feel like it's trained. Like fire safety, stop, drop, and roll. Like since
okay, so we have seen it in
told.
the past, right? It's something that we've seen, that we've done in the past. So because we've seen it work in the past, we know that it will work now. Is that fair?
Thus, we encourage kids to follow the same path, and from a very young age, bring them to that decision. Yes.
Okay, so essentially, opinion and accountability is not what makes this choice. It would be, we could call it tuberculosis. No, trained behavior. So you've seen something, you've done something often, it becomes muscle memory, it becomes an automation. You never really think about it, but you do it because you've always done it. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay. Would we do... Okay. And would we say the same thing about chemtrails?
It's very difficult to get that as a trained behavior, though there's plenty of people who like to be contrarians and intentionally seek out content like that.
Well, the trained behavior there would be
The content
I
being
trust...
fed to them.
The trained behavior would be trusting the expert, trusting the people that... Like, trusting that our society would not be hurting itself for no reason, and trusting that something that big couldn't happen. Because we don't see that in everyday life, right? We don't see cars exploding on the road because they want to, like, make it cheap for the motors or something. Like, there's nowhere in
Make
our
oil
life...
cheaper.
Like, yeah, we don't see, like, these mischievous things happen in our life. So the trained behavior would be, if it's too big to be true, it's probably just not true. And we can just move on and say conspiracy theorist and, like, swat it away. Would that be then a better indication on how we make our decisions?
Yeah, I'd say that's a lot more accurate. Yeah.
Okay.
Because people ultimately, generally, if they pick a side, they dig their heels in if anyone tries to pull them out of that side. Like,
yes.
I've seen it with plenty of people.
Yeah,
Even
I
myself.
agree. I agree. Everyone does that to some degree. I agree. We like, no matter how much we think we know about a thing, or no matter how much we, like, love to not pretend that it is, our identity is somewhat linked with our political views. So if someone attacks the political view, it can feel, or well, not only the political view, but any view, it can feel like an attack on oneself. So that's yeah, that's something that is always true. Okay, but now let's apply this to... No, let's linger on there. So do we agree that if it's trained behavior, that means that technically something could be horribly wrong, and we could have a trained behavior which is trash, right?
Well, I mean,
Let's say
that's how my dad is about archaeology. Like, what the dates are put on them, since no one really can put dates on a lot of these things. Like, radiographing is kind of iffy.
Do you believe that, or is he just him that believes
Well,
that?
those are his claims. I don't know how substantial. Like, to be clear, radiocarbon dating, you have to know how much radioactive carbon there was in the first place to be able to get a good estimate. Otherwise, you're just estimating from when it was, like, because only we have the rock today that has a certain amount of carbon, rather than the rock.
Yeah, but we know it because of an extreme event that pushed a lot of carbon in the atmosphere that was radioactive. So that's how we know. And there's not only radiocarbon dating, right? There's a bunch of other dating but those are the scientific community
particularly
trust those,
for
and
stuff
they
pre-Egyptian stuff.
yeah, even pre-Egyptian stuff. Like these things, they're always
there's
dated with an
error
interval of
within-
error, and it's always like very
it's like
precise.
a-
It's not like
0.5 to like 10% variance or something like that. I
yes,
don't
but
actually
when we're
know.
talking about a 1 million year, like, do we really care about that 10%? Like, especially if it's declared, if they say, look, we know about that roughly, like it's within that time frame. If they're honest about it, then there's
I
no big
personally
thing, right?
want to believe it.
Okay, that's cool. Okay, but like, let's come back. Let's say that you're born in an Amish community, and of course they don't have tech, they don't have like modern medical technology or whatever. So in this community, the trained behavior is going to be way different, especially for anything medical, right? So,
One of the
but
last
we
things I
can
wanna
still
do is
agree.
go and-
Like, let's say that we were to have two society, one Amish community and one like our modern community in terms of how do we choose for doctors. And let's say that we would have two worlds, okay? We have one world where everybody just goes towards their trained behavior, and we have one world where we have all the expert from both community that go and talk and figure what the fuck the truth is about a specific thing, and end up essentially choosing
consensus.
yeah, having a consensus. And we know, right, because we have the data, but we know they would choose the like greater doctors, like common knowledge. They would choose
the
that.
higher probability of making out the other end.
Yeah, would it be a good thing for us to do that? Right? It would be just
That's reasonable.
right. It would be preferable because we would allow more Amish people to survive, and we would come to a consensus. We would not have these like fights about what is true, what is not true, because we have come together and like went to a specific solution there. So,
By the way, did the I forget, is he Russian? The dude in English.text, did he ever join this stream? Was that yesterday?
the dude that sorry.
The one you replied won't be live tonight, live at the moment.
Oh, no, he didn't get in because, well, he probably thought that I was streaming at night. But yeah, it's no big issue, no big issue. He wasn't there. But okay.
Thought I saw a Russian name last stream.
Yeah,
before I
Russian name
popped
is
in.
somebody else.
Gotcha.
And well, I'm sorry, it's a Ukrainian name. It's in
Gotcha,
Cyrillics.
gotcha.
Let's be precise, and let's be
Yes. Yes, we can be.
We can be kind, okay? Okay, so so here we agree that there is, let's put that in fancy word, okay? There is a truth of the matter, right? If you try to seek what is the truth about doctors and about medical stuff, you go and see doctors. And if you have a society without doctors and a society with doctors, the best thing to do would be to get the consensus, absolutely, and get to the truth of the matter, right? That should be what we seek to do on everything. So one thing that I want us to think about is, let's say that the Amish never do this. Well, what would happen is they would state the same thing that you state for politics. So here, I don't want to get forward. I just want to like make the point. They would say, well, it's my opinion that the other solution
Substantiated.
yeah,
But yes, in an opinion.
I cannot substantiate it, but it's my opinion. And they could then, like, if we were to drill down, they could go into, well, it's something that I've done since forever. It seems that it works. So I just do this because I do this. And our people have been doing this for years. So it is the right thing to do. So here, what I'm saying is that most things in our lives, trained behavior is actually incredibly great. In most things in our life, people don't really lie. People will choose the doctors. People will see things that are too big to be to be true, and they will discard it because they know that if it was true, they would have heard about it, or like there would be something else done about it. But here, I'm going to fold back into politics. If you are one individual and you are unable to... Fuck. Let me phrase that correctly. If we look at... Okay. Well, I just want to be sure that that you agree on that one last point. If you're an individual, let's say that you're part of the Amish community, but you cannot convince your brothers and sister to look at the data and to look at the information. You must agree, I hope you do, that it is a good thing for you as an individual to seek the truth, right?
Sure.
It should be, even if you have that trained behavior, if you like have an hunch or like have some data that doesn't seem to fit within it, you should seek to find the truth. And the guy in the Amish community would find that, oh shit, we've been doing it wrong, right? We agree on that.
Yeah.
Okay. Now on politics, on the individual side of things, that would mean that we should seek to erase our own opinion, because our opinion is an obstacle, right? The opinion that we currently hold is an obstacle to a good way of thinking about things, because we are going to filter everything we see off that opinion. Would that be a fair thing? Like if we could reset our opinion and then look at the data, look at everything that's going on, we could come to better political takes than we currently have. Like by definition, we would.
Even CNN and Fox could do that.
Okay. Okay. So here... Okay. Okay. So here there's a lot to think about. All right. So now that we agree that it's important to look at our opinions and maybe trash them if they don't serve the purpose we want them to serve, what do you think is the goal of a government, like broadly?
The goal of the government is to keep the people safe and ultimately keep the country together for the next president to come along.
Would we add to that it should seek to also increase liberty, if possible, and increase the progress of the society? And by that I would mean like economic growth, if there's some kind of social progress that one seeks to have. So let's say abolish slavery. Like these things should be something that we want government with the agreement of the people, right?
As long as it's something that should be dealt with federally rather than by the state. Like,
well, we're talking about governments in general, right? So whatever division is there, but like we would agree that all of these things with the agreement of the people should be what the government push for, right? We should maximize the rights, maximize the amount of growth or like progress in our society, freedoms. We should seek to have some kind of good governance, right? Good governance in the sense that if we can like have good managers in place that would be able to manage things in a way that costs less, like we would want that, right? Like
we want to reduce the amount of national debt. That is a big thing.
Yeah, we would want to reduce the deficit and the debt, right? We should seek to lower the burden that we push on the next generation. That's fair too.
And the taxpayers.
And the current taxpayer, yeah. Okay. So we agree on all of that, okay? There's no difference. But my core issue is I feel that there are no policies of Donald Trump that I wouldn't be able to make a better policy, like with my layman brain. And that's an issue.
You wouldn't be able to make better? Or you would be able to make
that
better?
I would, like all the policies that Trump is doing, I could do better than him. And that's an issue, right? Because those people should be the elite. We should look like when I
To be fair, every single candidate have to side on the side of their party rather than the side of everyone, because otherwise they're like
those should be the same.
Maybe, yeah, on both sides they do that.
But no. What I mean is those like the side of everyone should be the same thing as the side of the party, because we're talking about politicians that are governing the state for the people, right?
Like, let's say, I don't know. Let's say abortion rights. You don't necessarily want to have a man decide, hey, let's say this or that, with, if they should or shouldn't, right?
Yes, we could have a good.
More be honest.
Yeah, we could have a good argument about abortion, but I think that it's like that's more we're getting into the
left versus right arguments.
No, we're getting into places. We're getting into like the corner.
Topics.
It's not even hot. It's like, okay, so when you're governing, you have like like if I imagine, think of it as a square, you have like all of these policies that are done and that are the core of everything, and then you have like this little tiny bit which is abortion, right? So we can talk about
I got
like
you. It's a small fraction.
Like yeah, like I
totally
personally I care
like
about
how
it.
Immigration would be a like both sides have a strong opinion on that. But
yeah, but like I care about it. I care about abortion, but personally, I'm more interested right now about the fact that I think that this whole essentially
area that could be addressed rather than.
Yeah, we could battle it out for abortion for years, but in reality, this is all corrupt
really
right now, and
better-
we need to. This is not something to focus on. But here, let me just make an example for you, because I feel like maybe this is a thing that you have never felt, and I just want to give you an idea. In Canada right now, when my prime minister is making a policy, I sometimes have opinions about it. For example, he gave some money out. He bona fide essentially a tax credit, and at the start, I thought that this was a dumb thing, because I was like, God damn, we don't need to give money out. We already have a debt. We already have like these things coming up. And then I read into it, and this motherfucker was looking at the graphs that were looking at consumer spending and seeing them going lower. So he knew that by pushing some money at a specific point, it would optimize the economy and make sure that the Canadian economy stays running as it should. So
Yeah, he took a page out of Biden's playbook with that one.
No, it's not. It has nothing to do with that. What I'm saying here is that technically we could say he took one out of Trump's book, because Trump pushed money in the COVID years. But that's not what I. Like this is too, like I'm saying that this is like too simple.
Yeah, it's reasonable.
What I'm saying is this policy, like I could have an ideological disdain for spending money, but when I look into it, these people are so fucking smart that they see through walls and see charts that I don't even like know about. But when I go and then I take a look at Trump, I cannot do that. Like there's no way for me to justify what he's doing. And all the time that I'm seeing a policy, that I'm seeing an executive order, that I'm seeing whatever he's doing, it's like I know 5 ways that he could have done this better. And that's an issue, right?
I get that.
So here, if we go back, when we make an opinion, we should be able to talk, and that comes back even to what we were talking about yesterday. We should be able to talk about policies, right? We should be able to say this policy is good, and if we believe that a policy is not good, we must say how we would change the policy, or what we would do to fix the problem, or even if the problem is worth fixing. So here, my challenge to you is, and I'll give you like a minute to think about it because I need to pee, but could you think about one policy that you think Trump did good at, like that that you're like,
yeah, I have one.
This sounds like a banger policy. So look, I'll leave you the time to think about it. Just give me half a second. I'll go fill my water and I'll be back.
Mhm. Yep.
Okay. So, just one thing. I know that this is me adding things afterwards, but just know that I will call out if this is a thing that wasn't done by Trump, because Trump has a tendency of taking things that Biden did and essentially saying that he did it. So if that is the case, I'll just explain how. But yes, if you have a policy that you feel strongly that you believe that this is just a net good and that you did it correctly, I would be interested, because I cannot find one. Oh, well, I have one, to be honest, but yeah, go ahead.
With Social Security and aliens, ones that did not come in legally, a lot of people were just claiming benefits, or even people that are dead and no longer exist were claiming Social Security benefits that should go to actual, honest-to-God Americans.
Okay.
And B, keep in mind, I personally would have, I think I could do better on the policy, but he managed to get the DEA to make marijuana Schedule 3 rather than Schedule 1, which is very important for medical trials to be able to, learn what it helps with.
Okay, that's fair. So I would agree with the marijuana, because I mean, I'm Canadian, as if I gave a shit. Now, okay. So for the Social Security, I think that's a big thing, because I'll be able to show you how this is essentially all vibes, okay? Prepare your brain. It's going to be an insane ride, okay? So, the thing is, when you have fraud, right? When you have Social Security fraud, when you have these type of things, the thing that should happen, and I'm sure we're going to agree. If you disagree with that, I'm sorry, I don't know what to say. But when you have fraud, you should be able to find those people, put them through the court system in order to attempt to get your money back, right? You should be able to prosecute these people, shove them in jail, get the money back.
Not even shove them in jail. Get the money back and send them back to their homeland.
Oh yeah, if we assume that they're illegal aliens, you could do that. I disagree with that. I disagree because I think that sending them to their own land is it's actually a gift for them, right? If you send them to their own land, they're not going to go in jail. You think that their own country will give a shit about them defrauding you?
No,
They're gonna
make
die.
them pay it back in jail, and then they go get shit back off.
Yeah, when they're out of jail.
We don't want to have to pay for them to be in jail. We don't want to have to pay for their food. We're already
Well,
we were
there
putting
you
them
have
in
to make
jail
a
for that.
there you
pretty
have to
much
make
the
a
exact same
balance.
thing.
There you have to make a balance, right? You have to make a choice. So, do you care more about them actually being punished, or do you care more
I care
about
more
you
about
not paying?
stop losing. I care more about quitting the losing money from
Okay.
giving people benefits that are not
No,
eligible
that's
for these benefits.
you're rolling back too far. What I'm saying is, if you have someone that has made, okay, let's make a situation. You have someone has stole money, okay, social security fraud. They have stole money, and you find them, and they don't have the money anymore. Okay, they put them all on drugs or whatever, and the money is gone. And now you have the choice between putting them in jail for 10 years or putting them back to their home country. My point is, if you send them back to their home country, they're going to be free. So even if it costs money, I make them work in jail. I don't fucking care. Send them to jail because they must be punished, and there must be like their years needs to be removed from their lives. So that's what I'm saying. Do you agree that we should punish them, or do you think that they should just go free back to their own country? Well, right now that's the idea from the Trump administration, but
over a certain amount of fraud, like if it's less than, let's say, 10K, something almost negligible for the government.
Okay, over that you would because you think that it is a big enough like
Yeah,
thing,
if it's
you would
cheaper
want to
to
punish
send
them.
them home than they took, then
Well, you're always losing money if you're putting them in jail, right?
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so that's not what I'm saying is that's not part of your calculus. What you're saying, if there's a specific threshold,
like,
you would want to
I'm
punish
assuming
them.
it's a sunk cost.
Okay. So if it's over a certain threshold, you would want to punish them, but under a specific threshold, you would be like, okay,
Send them back.
we're just
if they
sending
find their
them
way
back and fuck it. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Now, so we agree that we should prosecute these people. We should attempt to get the money back and put them in jail if it's bad enough because we want them to be punished for it. And after that, send them back. And if it's under the threshold, you just send them back. Fuck it. We agree. Okay. Now, here's the big question. Where are the cases?
I was just looking that up. I was trying to figure out exactly where we could. A Medicaid is what we're talking about.
Well, we were talking about Social Security, but
Oh, Social Security. I think it's part. Medicaid's part of Social Security.
well, the idea of Social Security, my understanding was that you were like to do your taxes as a citizen and try to claim the benefits of a citizen. But
Yes, and Medicaid's part of that.
well, Medicaid is there for your healthcare. Like when we're talking about,
Maybe.
look at any case, like are we seeing these big prosecutions, and if so, when were they started? Because the biggest, what was it in Minnesota? There was the big Medicaid fraud thing that was started by Biden. So
What about the? Oh, I guess that's that word again. You're not ready.
what? Go ahead.
Them NGOs, non-government organizations.
Yeah, what's the
So
issue with NGOs?
these Israeli NGOs, particularly.
Yeah, and what did they do? Were they
They
prosecuted?
they were taking government funding and had offices that actually didn't help anyone for the federal aid they were supposed to be using.
Okay, and where's the prosecutions?
I don't know that anyone got prosecuted because if you're
Well,
not
then
in the U.S., you have to be extradited.
Well,
And that's
no,
where the fraud is.
No, that's not true. So when you have an entity in the U.S., which you must have if you're getting any kind of grant from the government, any level of government, you must have some kind of entity in the US, which means that you could be prosecuted. You could not be there. They could make a fucking trial where you would end up being convicted because you're not there, and you would end up, if you set feet in jail in the US, you would end up in jail or prison. But like, what I'm saying here is, at the very start, like the step one of this is a prosecution. It is the start of the legal process of seeking accountability through the judicial system. And my issue is that Trump, when there was Doge, when we're talking about fraud and all that, all the prosecutions that are happening, they were started under Biden. So I truly have never seen the Trump administration starting a prosecution that they didn't lose because they were lying about it. So I'm like, I would agree with you that we need to make sure that there's no like people stealing the system, people taking advantage of the system, but you cannot say that this issue, I'm not talking about you, I'm talking about Trump. Trump cannot say that this is an issue that he is fixing or he is doing anything about if he doesn't even have like the step one of prosecutions going on.
Well, for the Israeli NGOs that I was talking about, I can provide a link in the Discord for a .gov site that has what I was talking about.
Okay, if you can send it directly to me.
Just directly to you?
Yeah. Because I'm not sure if True Discord is the best medium for those kind of... All right, thank you.
Though I will say that it does have Republican in the wait, does
the
it?
fact that it is Republican is not an issue.
Doesn't?
What we're looking... Like, something done by the Republican doesn't mean that it's bad. What might be bad is if they're essentially... Like, if... let me do an example, right? I could say...
House Judiciary Committee Republicans. That's what it is.
Yeah, so I understand that, but like, you could see good things coming out of them, and you could see bad things. So one example would be if I come out and I say, your father's a pedophile. Your father is a pedophile. He is a pedophile. And at the end of that, I don't follow it up with, there's an investigation that has been open and this guy is going to jail. Like, if you don't have this part and you just call someone a pedophile, you're a piece of shit, right? Your father is not a pedophile, okay? No, I'm not saying that. Public, okay? The public, I am not saying that. It was an example. But, okay. So here...
I'm going to clip you saying it as Trump.
Yeah, exactly. So, okay, they say Biden-Harris administration neglected its oversight responsibilities, misuse taxpayer dollar through the U.S. Agency for International Development, USAID. What I can say about USAID is that 99% of the things that they were yelling about with USAID wasn't fraud, but was just things that they don't like or care. So USAID is there to like help with essentially make sure that children that have AIDS from their parents don't die, or that the parents that have AIDS don't give AIDS to their children. And essentially in these countries, things are so like dirty and fucked that like if you're a woman, you're getting raped and you'll get AIDS and you're just fucked, and you're pregnant and you might die in labor, and you might die and your child will automatically die if you pass on the AIDS, if you don't have the antiviral. So it's like an overall very sad thing.
Situation.
But, yeah, and USAID was supposed to help through that. My big issue is that when they cut that, they didn't let other countries fill in the blank, which led to 500,000 dead children. And we're talking about under 5, 500,000, they're dead. It's not projection, it's just done. It's too late. So let's not go on with that because I'm going to get fucking triggered. But okay, so let's US and Israeli non-governmental organization. So key finding, okay, but what can we see. Okay, I can check the full memo, but can we have like prosecution? No. Lawsuit. Law. No lawsuit.
What flowchart maker did they use for this?
A hold one, that is, for sure. But like, the problem is that, again, what they're complaining about is that they don't like US aid. Like there should be prosecution. What prosecutions have come from this? So let's ask AI because it's a better search engine.
Yeah.
What prosecution? It's not written like that. I don't care. Came from the
USAID fraud, I think would be the best way to put it.
Well, that would be very, very large. I don't want it to be confused.
Gotcha,
As of now, no prosecution, criminal referrals, or legal action have resulted from the House Judiciary Committee memo alleging that the Biden-Harris administration misused taxpayer fund to support anti-Netanyahu organizations. Okay, so that's one thing. The targeted NGOs have consistently denied the allegation. Okay, so that's one thing. Like, we can ask the same question. Let's copy the right word. What prosecution have started because of USAID? Like, that is very fucking broad, right? We're talking about something that happened over 20 years. Okay. Let's go see. While political congressional inquiries, that's the memo that we're talking about, into USAID funding haven't resulted in criminal charge, the USAID Office of Inspector General, which Office of Inspector General, that has been cut by Trump. So they are the people, they are the actual Doge. So the people that are there to check and make sure that there's no fraud, abuse, and all of that. That's what happened before Trump came in, but they have been defunded a lot, actively investigates fraud, corruption, and diversions of U.S. foreign assistance in partnership with the Department of Justice, which would actually do the prosecutions. These investigations regularly lead to federal indictment, guilty pleas, and prison sentences. Currently, the USAID OIG has over 300 ongoing investigative matters, including dozens of cases accepted by the DOJ for criminal prosecutions are some of the most notable. So here I'm kind of not interested in that just because it goes through the standard way and Trump would never do that. But we can take a look at what they're talking about there. And okay, so 4 men, including USAID government, contracting officer, 3 corporate executive, pleaded guilty in their roles. So there was one thing.
550 million?
Yep.
$500 million.
That's big. Now, how was this started? So we could take a look. Because they pleaded guilty in 2025. So I would assume that it was started under Biden. And also just overall, like I said, the OIG, the Office of Inspector General, that's the way that all president did it before Trump. So we can look into it, but
you're saying this isn't Trump's what's it called?
What I'm saying is he didn't start that. This was something that was done by the bureaucrats that were already there. It's not something that Trump has led.
All right, for that particular one, yeah.
Yeah. So, according to... like, we can look deeper into it. The only issue is that every instance you're going to find is going to be that, right? It's going to be the system, the bureaucrats and Biden or the specific... Yeah, they are the one doing the job. It's not like Trump and Doge and all of that. They have not led to any additional findings. All of that is done under your standard, like it was all, they were already working, like we're talking about something that was happening for years, and they were talking about like how they saw more in 2022, somewhere over here. Like 2022.
This one's particularly about bribery.
Yeah. So, like, here.
So I guess no one with the NGO stuff has been actually convicted yet.
Yeah, so the memo, so here, like, let's be clear, the committee, I should add, the Republican committee, has just lied, right? This is full-on bullshit. Because if that was true, they could have a prosecution and these people would be convicted. I'm not saying that they would necessarily be sitting in jail. Maybe they're like international criminals that like we would be unable to find them.
Wanted rather than...
Yeah, but still, nothing was even started with this. And we're talking about March 2025. That they started the work for like the request and all that. So what the fuck are we like, what are we talking about, right? If we're saying Trump is doing all of that work and the only work that we see comes from either Biden era or the bureaucracy of which he is actively trying to destroy, what are we looking at? Hi Dmitry, how's it going? Sorry, he's in chat. Going well. We're having a discussion.
This is a Ukrainian you were talking about?
Yes, my Ukrainian friend.
Hello.
But yeah, so here, when you look at that, don't you have some question? He's saying hello back. Okay. Don't you have some question about these Republicans? Like, why would they lie? Why would they do this?
Republicans lie, same as Democrats lie. Don't get me wrong, they very well could lie more than Democrats. I don't know, but
okay.
I don't side with Republicans or Democrats.
Well,
like, if I had an option, I'd elect someone that's not even a political figure.
Okay. Here, I need to come back to the chart. I am talking to some random person on Discord, okay? We have talked long ago and now we are talking again. That's who I'm talking to, okay? No specific name. Okay, so if I come back to the charts that we were doing. Okay, I've deleted it. Who gives a fuck? So here, like I said, we need to remove our opinions, right? We need to come back to one place where we look at our trained behaviors critically, we look at our opinions critically, and we try to wash them away to see what is reasonable, what should you do, what, like, to get to the reality of stuff in order to make better decisions. Like, we already agree on that we should, like, remove that. Now, when we look at that, all that we know is that, like, if we only take, I know that this is very narrow, this is very precise, but what we know is the Republicans, at least the Republicans that made this memo, are willing to lie in order to say that USAID did things that they didn't do.
Well, it's money from USAID.
Yeah, money from USAID, but USAID is like a sub-department, so we can say USAID like as a department. So that USAID has made these like fraudulent thing, and that's not true because they didn't go after it, and the Republicans are essentially running with that, and they have cut the entirety of U.S. aid using this justification. So how does, like, to me, it would undermine so much the credibility of these Republicans, at least on U.S. aid and on cutting fraud, because they have not achieved that. They have not even started prosecution. Like, that shows how, like, if it was like prosecutions, but it's a hard case to go to, like, we know, but it's very hard to, like, we could see that. But here, we're not talking about, like, oh, they couldn't do the beyond a reasonable doubt standard. They didn't even try. Like, I don't know. To me, I would absolutely, in my mind...
You'd say this memo was put out in bad faith at bare minimum?
For sure. If we come back to the example with your father, right? If I call your father a pedophile all the time, and at the end I say, well, that's it about the stream, bye-bye. Like, this is slander, right? I need to back it up with, well, we're going to court.
Substantiatable claims.
Yeah. And look, my rhetoric would be completely different if they had a full court case and they had a bunch of proof, and you could see that, like, they really fucking tried to have the case, but somehow, like, there was a bunch of burned documents and they couldn't get the reasonable doubt standard. Like, I would see it differently then. But here, it's worse than that. It's literally like the meme that I'm doing about closing the stream. This is literally what they're doing. And I mean, you're not dumb. You've heard them say that there's corruption through US aid. That's their entire excuse to cut down US aid. They say it's corrupt. They do this thing, the money going, like, they say all of that, and it's based on
a lot of the things Trump
lies.
has cut. I haven't really felt the effect of at all. And if that's what Doge has done, I'm not too upset about it. Let's just put it that way.
Okay. I understand. I'll come back to this.
If I'm not feeling it.
I'll come back to this, but here, what I'm saying is the justification that they use to do a thing is a complete fabrication, and they know it. Because if they didn't know it, they would at least go to court. We must agree on that.
I thought it said there were multiple court proceedings.
The court proceedings are under the OIG, the Office of Inspector General, which is the standard way that the government checks within itself and makes sure that there's no fraud. There is always thousands of cases handled by the OIG. It's just how the system works. The system checks itself. It's not as if you can just go to the government and be like, I want $1 billion, please. And you just get $1 billion. Of course not. You have these
strings attached.
Well, it's more than strings attached. You have, like, investigators that will look into you, that will know what the fuck you're doing, that will know where your nuts are at every time, at every second. And these people, that's what they do. And they did it under Biden. They did it under Trump before that. They did it under Obama. They did it under Bush. That has always existed. So we cannot use this, essentially this standard that Trump is undermining, by the way. We cannot use that and say, because the system is working as it should, and there's regulations that essentially make sure that when there's fucked up shit going on, we see it and we fix it. We cannot use that to say we should trash the entire program. Unless you can show that the entire program was so rotten that it was essentially perpetually like there was no real money getting out and helping people, which is, frankly, it is, you cannot think that there wasn't help going out when there's 500,000 people, children dead, right? It's 750,000 that are dead, but children, it's 500,000. So, like, do you get where I'm going with that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, here, the Republicans know they are lying, They're doing this.
Unfortunately, we can't compare this to what Kamala does because, well, she never ended up being.
We can compare to Biden.
Man was riddled with dementia and would fucking stumble on his own feet.
Oh, that doesn't matter, right? We must agree that Trump is gone. Okay, Trump. Like, did you see the speech last night? Oh my!
No, I have not.
Oh, he is cooked. Okay, he looks as if he's dying. Like, I mean, I'm looking at this and I'm like,
not Prince Philip quite, but close.
Oh my, worse. Okay, that guy.
Worse than Prince Philip? Jesus Christ, that dude looked like he crawled out of the fucking 19th century. Beginning of it.
YouTube speech, Trump, China, fraud. Again, another lie, but who gives a fuck?
We start.
Can we see the speech actually?
Oh, oh yeah, the big black cock.
Yeah, the Big Black Cock News Network. Me. But like, sorry, my ears was about to fucking die. I don't know if I'm sharing anything. Oh,
you
wait,
are sharing.
I'll share on Discord. I'll share on Discord.
Alright.
Just so you have the audio. I think it will give you the audio. But like, if I share.
Good evening. Before we begin, I'm proud to report that.
Do you have it?
Yep, I have it.
Our country is safer.
So like, let's go like 4 minutes in the speech and tell me that the guy is not like, is not having a hard time. Grandpa needs to have a nap.
Millions
I'm going to go get my water.
and millions of barrels of oil. We are likewise winning big in Iran, and you will see the fruits of that labor very, very shortly. America is back and doing really well, but we still have a major challenge that must be urgently addressed because no country can be great without fair and honest elections. You have to trust your country because if there can be no trust, there can be no greatness. And that's very simple. No trust, no greatness. For many years, I've called for bold, swift, and decisive action to protect the integrity of America's elections. Every American deserves.
How bad did they record this? Holy shit, we cannot. Technical difficulty
yeah, I can
impacted
hear that
the. Yeah, well, you cannot hear it, but his throat is completely fucked, and he looks out of it. But look, the core of it is, if you think that Donald Trump is like truly in control, I don't know what to say to you. When he sits down in the Oval Office and gets executive orders handed to him, he gets someone to explain it to him. So it's not as if like he's explaining it like Biden did. Like, no matter what we talk about the autopan and all of that bullshit, which is a lie also. But when we look at the old, like the way Biden did. Repeat?
You said the autopen? Is that what you said?
Yes, the autopan, that's all like the prosecutions that they, I don't even know if they started prosecutions, but I know that they completely abandoned the idea of prosecutions because it didn't, like, there's no truth to that. When you see, like Biden, when he did an executive order, he was there with the paper and he explained what the executive order was. When Trump is doing it, he's getting handed the paper and he's being explained. Someone else is explaining to him what the executive order is and he's signing it. Like, we can look at the first wave, like Jan 6, executive order, Trump. Like, this was so insane. Like, all of these executive order. Do we have the long format? Or not? No, nobody keeps the fucking long format here. We're just vibing it.
Can you?
Oh, PBS, thank you.
Sweater?
Can I do what?
Oh, I was wondering if you could just sort by the video length. Usually,
Oh yeah, that would have been smart. But like, let's click here and let's look.
What can we expect of the countries in NATO that spend the least amount of money?
That's questions, but they're going to give more.
Spain is very low. And yet, aren't they a BRICS nation?
What?
They're a BRICS
also with
nation.
most
Spain.
of this public appearances with Biden, didn't he almost always have a teleprompter?
Yeah, but it doesn't like it. It doesn't matter
And
here.
He lost
It's an,
his place even on the teleprompter, man.
but like it doesn't matter here, right? We're talking about executive orders. You should know what your executive orders are. Executive orders are essentially you telling your entire staff as the chief executive, as essentially the top person that applies the law. You're saying, this is how I see the world. This is how, in my mind, if I could do the job, if I had the muscle to be the cop, if I had the muscle to be able to be the FBI for all the people, I would be the only person in office doing things, but I cannot. So I'm giving you this executive order to do it in this specific way. So here the only thing we're supposed to see is his
the other two
mind.
branches still have to work with the executive order. It doesn't mean
No,
they can
no.
leave
Executive
that.
orders.
It's fast
Executive
track.
orders are just him ordering his own branch. There's no like if it's unconstitutional, of course it can get bitched out by the courts. But apart from that, executive orders are only him forcing his own branch to do a thing. And here, it's not him that is making these decisions. It's a bunch of people coming in, giving him paper, explaining the paper, and telling him what to do. We're gonna see this. Like right now, he's fucking lost on like bricks. But
Nation is. Well, you'll figure it out. But and if the BRICS nations want to do that, that's okay. But we're going to put at least a 100% tariff on the business they do with the United States. You know what the
We'll
BRICS
get there.
is, right? You guys know. You know what I'm saying, right? You know what I'm saying.
Sir, this is an
So it's not even a threat. In fact, since I made that statement, Biden said, well, they have us over a barrel. I said, no, we have them over a barrel. And there's no way they're going to be able to do that.
This is an executive order relating to
those countries.
oh my god, news guy.
As a BRICS nation, yes. They'll have a 100% tariff if they so much as even think about doing what they thought.
Can you explain how is
Which, and therefore they'll give it up immediately. So will China give it up.
Sir, this is about reforming the system of hiring in the federal government to ensure that merit is the lodestar of hiring decisions as
As
opposed
per
to
the Supreme Court.
other matters. Yes, sir.
Have you seen that? He started signing even before it was explained. And he's like, oh, this is what I'm signing, as he is signing it. And we're saying
Sure, but I think he
autopen
had
while
to have
Biden is
worked
explaining
on
it?
these before.
We're saying that Biden, which was there explaining each executive orders, each of them.
Wait,
he
Biden
fucking-
was
Yes.
That's Biden's hand?
Biden executive order.
And I thought with the state of the nation today, is no time to waste, get to work immediately. As we've indicated earlier, we're going to be signing a number of executive orders over the next several days to week. And I'm going to start today. The compounding crisis of COVID, the COVID-19, along with the economic crisis following that, and climate crisis, and racial equity issues. And, some of the executive actions I'm going to be signing today are going to help change the course of the COVID crisis. We're going to combat climate change in a way that we haven't done so far, and advance racial equity and support other underserved communities. We're going to rebuild our economy as well. And these are just all starting points. We're going to, in the process of rebuilding the economy, do what I said throughout the campaign and while running.
He too has a note card.
Rebuild the backbone of the country, middle class.
The note card is not important. What's important here is that nowhere in this are you going to find someone coming in. Well, we don't have the full thing, but we are not going to find someone coming in and explaining the executive order to the president. He is explaining it. He's going, like, you can say that he's old. You can say that he speaks slowly. You can say that he looks sometimes lost. You can say all of that. I get it, okay? He looks how he looks. But at the end of the day, he explained each executive order as the chief of the executive branch should. And I cannot, look.
Did you notice this on your own, or did someone else point this out to you?
Someone else pointed out that Donald Trump wasn't reading the executive orders, didn't know the executive order. I always assumed that all president would always do that, because this sounds insane. In your system, there's no one more powerful than the executive. If someone takes control of the executive, that's like the through legal means or through like some backroom thing, that's like the worst thing that you can have. So here, I'm like no matter what you say about how old Biden is, Biden was always there. When it was the speech thing, when it was the debate thing, the reason why people thought he was like retarded or whatever is because he was trying to explain too much. And it's very clear. When you see him, he's trying to reach for numbers. And he's fucking old, so he doesn't remember anything. But look, we can say that it looks bad. He was pushed out and ended up being Kamala, which we can say it's a good or bad choice. This, whatever the fuck happened with Trump, where he is getting read these things, this, like, if you're unable to remember all of them, or you're unable to make like post-it on your own for each of them, like Biden did, well, then just do multiple ones. Just do multiple like different press thing. You're just not cut it. You're not cut to do multiple one at the same time, right? Like, can we agree?
Let's compare his stack with Trump's stack.
How is that important?
In the sense that if he's putting in a lot more orders, I could see how he could lose track of which one he's on.
Yeah,
like,
but that's
like
him
that
being
stack,
him being retarded, right? If you're too dumb
I'm
to
a little
be
retarded.
Yeah, but that's not an excuse. We're talking about the most powerful man on earth. That most powerful man on earth. I'm not saying that he should be Superman. I'm saying that this person. Wait a second. I'm saying. Wait a second. I'm saying that this person should be able to know. If I'm not able to remember everything, I'll have notes for myself. And if I'm unable to go through them because I don't have the stamina or whatever, then I'll make multiple session like this. So he could have said, first day, we're doing these. Second day, we're doing these. And he could have done this because he kind of did, right? Day after day after day, he pushed the crazy shit that he did. Day after, like, that was his signature thing. So here, when I see Biden, yes, okay, let's not go into that. But like here, the fact that the stack that Biden has is smaller has no binding on anything. And you must agree that if you have an executive order that you're celebrating through that executive order the good people that do underwater basket weaving, like if you have like 20 of these like useless executive orders, what the fuck are, like, what is this for, right? It doesn't matter. It doesn't mean anything. And my issue is that most of the executive orders that he did day one were either fucking useless or were unconstitutional and were thrown. Sorry, it cut out if you said something.
Oh, I was just asking if you'd say they were performative.
They are always performatives. That's not the issue. My issue here is that we have no confidence that Trump actually wrote and understood each of these executive order, and as the chief executive, he should.
I'd agree with that.
So when we go back from there, right, the whole reason why I went on to all of that was because we were saying Trump is more there than Biden was. You can say that.
You're getting at Biden in his very early in his.
At the end, it doesn't. At the end, it was the same. He would explain his executive order. But here, what I'm saying is, no matter what you're stating there, the practice that Biden went to and the practice that Trump went to leads me to think that Biden was in control because he could explain all the executive order, and he would explain all the executive order, while Trump, we're talking day one, a year and a half ago, wasn't even doing that. So that's not good. So here, I'm starting from there. And again, if we're pressing the reset button on the back of my head, all political opinions, I would say my capacity to trust Donald Trump as a reliable narrator, as someone that can tell me what is true or false, is going down the trash when he pick up essentially lies with the USAID things. He doesn't even read his own executive order. He's just oh, okay, let me sign before you're even finished explaining it. Like, when I see this makes me lose faith in a person that is the person that you should have the most faith in. It's sad that like it's not the case for most president, but it should be. We should seek to have more faith into these people. So again, if we reset the thing, now let's try to look at the data. Let's try to look at the things. Is there any other good policy that we see from Trump? Because I feel like what we're going to find, if we dig, the deeper we dig into this, is that a lot more opinions or trained behavior are going to be found, and that might need to be checked if you want to arrive to the truth.
To an unbiased opinion is how I'd state it.
Yes, but bias is something that is bad if it doesn't come from a truthful place. This is why the reset is needed, right?
Yeah, I got you.
Do you have any other policy that you believe in?
I did mention the one about marijuana.
Yeah, marijuana is probably an easy one. I think that everyone believes it. The way that we could maybe push back against that is that these kind of things should be done through the legislature. So instead of trying to seek a change,
it still goes through the legislature, and the DEA has to sign off it too.
Yeah, but that's not the legislation.
It took so long. It only just actually came into effect like within the past week, I believe.
Yeah, but that's not the legislation. That's all within the executive branch.
Hold on. I'm going to look up the path a executive order takes.
Marijuana. You said like Schedule 3 executive order. Okay. On December 18, 2025, President Trump issued an executive order directing federal agencies, that's the executive branch, to reschedule certain medical marijuana products to Schedule 3, with the DOJ and DEA finalizing the order on April 23rd,
DOJ
2026.
is a separate branch.
Nope. DOJ is under the executive branch.
Department of Justice?
Yes, this is why Trump is an issue right now. The Department of Justice is under Trump's authority. Like, definitionally, your political system is completely cooked when you look at it from any other country. But the way that your system, let me print that out. Oh no, I know.
So it really is a way to fast track laws.
It's not a law technically.
I know.
Executive branch. It is an order, and please give me. Can I have the fucking map? Oh, bro. Anyway, we can see at least here, like the Department of Justice is under is under the authority.
I should know that. That's right. I live in America. I should know that very well.
No, nobody knows that. So the way that your system works and why there's like from an
entire fucking school year about the entire government.
It's all good. I can explain it, and it will make sense. But your system is outdated, and like.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Anyway, like when we look about it, the president, the prez is the chief executive. So when I said that if he could do everything, within the FBI, if he could do everything within the DOJ, he would. That's because the idea of creating these departments is to divide the power of the executive. So it's essentially saying, so the Department of Justice is going to do this task that normally the president would do, but the president, of course, cannot read every law, cannot read everything. So he's going to give the power to the Department of Justice to do things on his behalf. So the DOJ is under the president. DOJ, the FBI, right? Now I'm fucking up the structure because the FBI is probably under like the some other thing, but who cares? Like the Department of Transportation, I guess, the DOT. So like all of these are under the president. What that means in the current reading by the Supreme Court is that technically Trump can do everything he wants to the DOJ, meaning that if he wants to start like completely fraudulent lawsuits, he can. Like this is a power that he has. If he wants
Frivolous
to,
or fraudulent?
Both.
Right.
Both would work. You can. Not only you can, but he did, right? With Comey, he is saying that because Comey like put fucking seashells. This is fucking insane. Put seashells on the ground in the form of 8647 saying like remove Trump essentially, and posted a picture on social media, that this meant that this was a credible threat of harm to Donald Trump, and that this was like a threat that he was going to kill Donald Trump. And he tried to sue Comey, and of course the judge in that case was like, are you fucking kidding me? This is a bog standard. So he tossed the case, and now, of course, the people involved in that case are being reprimanded for, well, being retards. But my core idea here is that these are all under the president. The president is king in that. He can do whatever the fuck he wants. Where the separation is with your legislative power. So your legislation... yes, and the judicial, right? So the judicial, that's where you have your Supreme Court and your lower court that goes out from there. And the legislative, you have your lower house, which would be not House of Commons, I'm thinking in Canada. You have the House of Representative, so
yes,
Rep, and you have the Senate. So normally, executive orders are just saying, I want the DOJ to act in this specific way. So I create an executive order that push my DOJ or push my DOT or push my FBI to do a specific thing because that's what I want them to think. It's not law. It doesn't... it's just the president saying a thing and writing it on paper to make it clear. Yes, but let's say that the president says, if you're born in the US, you're not necessarily a citizen of the US. Let's say that we try to end birthright citizenship. You cannot make an EO on that. You cannot make an executive order on that because that's a constitutional matter.
No, you'd have to make a bill and then bring it through the...
Yeah. And by the way, he did that, right? He tried to destroy birthright citizenship through executive order. So, yeah, that's a thing that was legislated on not long ago. But yeah.
But he was stopped. Like, anything illegal.
Well, is that what is that the standard that we want to put our president to? Well,
to be clear, I wouldn't have chosen Trump if there was a better option.
Okay.
Like, so ultimately, how I want an election to go is to go and collect a database of all the people in the U.S. that are legal citizens and have not committed any crimes. Then we go pick 10 people at random and have people vote on those people, not saying what their
Do you truly think that that would be better? Let's think about that. Think about what you just said. Do you
choose
think
the
that
best out of 10 randos that are not in government versus
yeah, do you think that would be like
someone who
think
knows
about
everything
it.
about politics?
Walk I want you to close your eyes if you're able to do that. Close your eyes and think about walking through the street and think about the 10 first people that you're going to see. Do you want these people to govern?
It really depends on how their merits are.
When
But I feel like it would be a lot better choice than having people climb through the government and eventually make it up to the top to make it on the ballot of some party.
when I
Like,
walk
I
through the
feel like we
street,
should
I
abolish
see
parties entirely. Let's put it that way.
okay, when I walk through the street, I see a bunch of people that are like that don't know anything about anything, and there's like a very few that are the elite, a little bit like the doctors. Not everyone is a doctor. Not everyone knows about what it is.
You know about the 70% rule, right?
Depends what you mean by 70%. Go ahead.
70% of all people everywhere are incompetent. Like, that goes for driving, for every single job. Like, there's only really 20% of these people that actually are good at what they do and are more than capable.
Well, I thought that the number that people were giving out for that, I don't believe in those statistics. It was like it's the square root
It's not
of.
it's more of a anecdote.
Yeah,
like, you see a whole bunch of dumb people and you think, about 70%,
But yeah,
whatever.
Yeah, my core idea here when I'm saying you wouldn't want the like 10 person at random and like them fight it out between to like choose which is the president. You wouldn't want that because most people are not trained in the specific thing. Like, let's think about doing the same thing for doctors. Wouldn't you go and seek the 10 person at random and one of them is going to be your doctor?
I just think that
you
would I lean on politicians in the sense that, like, I just think every single politician is slimy in the first place just because of the fact that they have donors. People are financing them. They have motivations to do what their party wants.
And why would all of those things be in and of themselves bad? I think that have you ever...
Because they want to get... They want an opportunity to be able to be elected again.
Have you ever been... did you ever receive the explanation on why donors are important and why you should seek to have donors and why donors are actually not bad for society?
Well, it depends. Like, big companies. I really don't want big companies to be
even
donors,
big companies,
because then it weighs on how you vote on certain laws. Like, let's say right to repair.
Whoa.
I think
you're getting too far. So, okay, I'm sorry. You've never been explained. It's not an insult. You've never been explained why this is important. Most people have not. The reason why this is important is because you, as a person, don't know everything, and you cannot just through vibes alone get to knowledge. Sometime you need to go seek a doctor because a doctor knows more about you than you know about even your own body. So in this frame, if you are making a law about, let's say, weapons, you're making a law about how people have how people should manufacture a weapon or whatever, and you don't get the feedback from the weapons company, you're going to end up making a law so bad that it will have a bunch of effect that you don't want. So the goal of having these lobbyists and having these donors is that they can get access to you. So when there's a law that is about to pass or that is being voted on, they can come to you and they can say, hey, this law is going to do X, Y, and Z. We believe that it is good or bad. And it's not about that. It's about they're truly just guiding where they think they can help and where they think it will hurt them. They will try to guide in order to make it work with them. And here, the problem that you haven't linked, you have never linked, and you will never link, is there is no link that shows that having a specific donor means that you are not going to vote for what your population wants. So most of the time when we say donors
Wasn't
do
Pfizer a
this,
donor to the Biden administration?
Pfizer was a
the one-
donor to Trump too, and Trump was the biggest like pusher of it. Like we can look at that, and it doesn't mean anything. What I'm saying here is, let's say that Pfizer was a donor to both administrations. Okay, let's just say that. Would it have changed anything to the fact that we needed a vaccine? It cut out, I think. Did you say no, it didn't change
I haven't
anything?
said anything yet. I'm thinking on how to answer your question to the best of my capabilities.
Okay. Maybe I can
think
purify
that we
it.
should
Go
not
ahead.
fast track making medication, and particularly not doing long-term testing, like 20 plus years worth of trials to know if there's any long-term effects of these medications. Because you never know what complications there might be, especially like with these new mRNA vaccines that quite literally override add machinery into your cells to go and fight off this stuff. Like that very well could produce other things in your body that could get in the way, either just for blood flow or other things.
Well, first of all, there was already other vaccines that are not only mRNAs, but
they were even less viable than the mRNA ones.
Yeah,
Like,
they were
known
worst,
to have side
right?
effects.
They were worse. So
They
the
showed-
mRNA vaccine was better than the other one. So that's why we chose the mRNA.
Yeah, the Johnson and Johnson
And
one.
with there was others, but that's why I'm not naming names. I don't even care about which one did what. But
Yeah, I got
here,
you.
what I'm saying is, like, to purify it, the right decision for the country was to make sure we had vaccines and make sure we had them fast. So the fastest they could make it while still making it like safe. And by the way, that was 99% done under Trump. So the fastest that we could do this and make it safe, which they did. We don't see any mass death. We don't see like none of this. Like if you believe in this, I'm sorry. This is a thing that you need to check out for yourself. There is no mass death. There is no mass issues coming from COVID. The tachycardia thing that they're saying people have, this is a temporary thing, right? This is an inflammation within the heart that is temporary, that goes out.
I'm talking about
and the worsening. That
this is
symptom,
also from my dad's feed, mind you, but I've heard of many cases where people just end up with these large fibrous clumps that doctors never seen before, up until the vaccinations,
that's
where
lies,
they started
right?
seeing these.
That's my issue. Those are lies. Like if you go look at any expert, any doctors, they're going to tell you that's lies. These lumps, that's not a thing that exists. It's made up. It's shown. And here, let's go to the core of it. Okay, why do one lie about that? Why do you think they would want to lie about that? What's the goal here?
Reduce the trust in the vaccination would be the goal.
No.
Whether it's lying or not.
They don't even care about the vaccine. The truth is, they don't even care. What I want you to do, okay? What I want you to do, just for your own like big brain opinion, is to be able to, when you see those, click the link, or like go look a little bit about more the person that is like saying these things.
I haven't heard about these cases for about 6 months or whatever, plus at least.
No matter. Okay, when you see these claims, these medical claims, click the profile, and what you're going to see is the next thing that you will see is buy my supplements. Supplements are the highest margin company ever. Like, it is insane. They make so much money. Like, supplements margin. It is 50 to 70% gross margin. Like with direct to consumer sales, it's 60 to 80.
Ooh, you should look at the margin for marijuana.
Like, it's worse than that. 10 to 20%.
Wow.
Like I'm sure that there's
That's
some supplement.
way lower.
Yeah, I'm sure that there's some supplement for marijuana that makes more money, right? That are linked to it. But here, when you see supplements, think in your head, this person is getting paid thousands upon thousands of dollars per post. They don't care about whatever they're saying. If they cared, they would not sell all of these supplements. They would tell you the things that are boring. They would tell you, go do exercise, go fucking walk, go drink some more water, go, I don't know, piss more. Like they would tell you things that you can do that don't cost money. But these people, they don't care about your vaccine. Your vaccine is an afterthought. It is a way to get you in the door. When you don't trust the people that are giving you the boring answer, you're gonna trust the fancy one. And these people are going on the back door to tell you, you need to get these things. You need to detoxify yourself. You need to remove all the moss.
I've never been convinced by any of that woo-woo marketing.
You have
BS.
not. But was your father or was a family member?
No.
Like, think about it.
My father is not convinced by that. I don't think my grandma's been convinced of that. I know my grandfather wouldn't be. He's very well grounded.
But here, you get that. So if we scroll back again, the people that are saying that the vaccine doesn't work and is dangerous and all that, these people, if you assume my framing that they are there to sell supplements, and I encourage you a lot to click on the links.
But an assumption, to be fair.
Well, yes, it's a big assumption, but I guarantee you, go next time it happens, do it. I just want,
Yeah.
I just want that when it happens, you're
Mhm.
going to. I don't care about the result, right? I don't care if you change your mind or not. What I care about is that you have that doubt when you look at it next time.
I
and
already
you click
have doubt with everything like that.
But here, when we look at that, and now we have people from the military, let's say, and there's a law passing, and those people are fighting. Those people like that are trying to make military equipment are fighting the bullshit on the other side of people that don't like wars, of people that just want to create disinformation in the same type about the supplements. Same thing about any medical law, right? If you're passing a law on some specific medication, well, maybe the political class wants to ban a medication. So, for example, let's take Lupron. Lupron is it is meant to suppress hormones. It's an hormone blockers, so it can be used for for pre-transition to push back the puberty, but it can also be used outside of that. So it's been used for literally decades in order to fix some specific
Hormonal
problems.
Imbalance issues.
Yes. So if we go, let's say that all the Republicans tomorrow, they're like, fuck trans people, let's block Lupron. Let's do that. Wouldn't you want the medical elite, the donors, to come in and to say, look, I know what you're trying to do. If you want to make this law, I understand that I'm not going to be able to stop you from making the anti-trans law. But please, for the love of God, can you make a cutout for the people that need it, not because they're trans, but for other reason? Can we get that? And the Republicans or the Democrats would listen and would edit the law to have something good. And they don't listen because they're slaves. They listen because they actually want to make a good law, right? You never want, as a politician, to do a law where you're going to hear
tech companies, which is really where I sit on, that's where I think, no, what are they called? People who talk on the company's behalf to the governing bodies.
Lobbyist.
Yes. I think tech lobbyists in particular are particularly evil.
How so? What is the change?
They don't have the consumer in mind. They want it so that people ultimately cannot repair their devices. They don't want to have people.
We don't know that, right? So here, their
You
job.
can tell by how they're lobbying.
Well, here, the job of the lobbyist first is to give the perspective of the people that they're lobbying for. So it's normal. It's normal that they don't have the consumer in mind. But here, I'm going to add a detail. That's the job of your representative. The representative is the representative of the people. What you need to recognize, the important part here, is that the lobbyist or the donor doesn't force the representative. It tells the representative its point of view. And
It's
then
closer
the
to
representative can do a decision.
Coercion? Not quite, but...
Can you repeat?
Go ahead. Oh, coercion?
No, there's there's no coercion that are possible there. You get that, right?
You might not get another... Like, if you're not voting the way they like, they can pull funding.
Yes, and
That is completely legal.
how much do you think the founding to like the super PAC, because they cannot they cannot give money directly to the people, so they will need to like give money to a super PAC that is aligned. Like, do you think that they're giving out like half of the total founding, or are they giving like an individual donor? How much do you think they're funding?
Depends. Like, if it's Apple, I think they're spending well over $500,000 just to lobby and get things right.
Did you say 500,000?
At least.
Do you know how fucking small that is? Think about it. Think about it.
Yeah, but to the layman, that's a shitload of money.
It doesn't matter. We need to look
if you're
at
going to
the
counteract that as a consumer, you have to pull a shitload of people to be able to actually
So first of all,
counteract what the lobbyists are doing.
that $500,000, that means $100,000 per race. And here we would assume that they're only giving money on one side, which they don't. They will most likely give money on both sides, or at least on only the winning side if it's like strictly on one.
Again, spitballing, so.
Yeah, but like when we look at these, what we never see, like let's think about the world that you're painting. So the world that you're painting is a world where if you give enough money, you can control legislation. If that was true, we would see we would see lobbyists making billions, not millions, right? Because we're talking about Apple. What's the market cap of Apple? Let's take a look. Apple.
Anyways, I looked it up and it's apparently 10 million in 2025.
10 million. Like this is nothing. Like the market cap of Apple is 5 fucking trillion, 4.9 trillion.
Sure, it's a drop in the water for them. But
no, I'm not talking about drop in the water for them. I'm saying that policies in relation to tech, if they could control it, it would be worth billion. You get that, right? If they could control it, it would be worth billion. 1% profit for them is more than like every money that they're giving out. 1% profit is 10 billion. So don't you think that having the legislator on your side would be bright there?
On which side, the consumer or the
You're
the
framing it in the whole in the bad way. So here, if it was possible to control the legislators, don't you think that they would put more money on it? Right now, we're talking about peanuts. We're talking about 10 million. 10 million is big for me, but for Apple, a bad legislation means billions in loss.
Yeah.
So how does it make sense that you don't buy more?
At the expense of the consumer, though. And I don't think Apple is integral to how the country works. And plus, they don't even make most of their electronics here.
You're not understanding what I'm saying. what I'm saying is
All right.
Okay. Let's say that we have a coconut company, okay? We are on an island, we only produce coconuts. Let's say that the legislation can, through their the legislative chamber, through their legislation, can change your profit margin by like 1 to 10% if they want, just because of how they legislate. Wouldn't it be safe to put like at least 1% down in order to make sure that the legislator, because you can buy them in this magical world, would it be safe to put like way more money to ensure the result instead of what we have now, where we like the quantity of money being put into these into lobbying is so small, it doesn't make sense for the quantity of wealth that is on the other side of that.
I think from a perspective of the company, I'd put in as much lobbying as I need to be able to convince them on certain things that gives me a better profit margin. But profit margins almost directly correlate to how much the consumer has to pay and how frequently.
Yes, but like right now, there is tariffs that do apply to a bunch of big companies that are hurting these big companies very fucking bad. Don't you think that if they had like all of the legislator in their pocket and it was just a question of how many millions or billions they could put down, they would put down all of that money, and you would see the legislator going against Trump saying, nah, your tariff, at least on these companies, that's a no? Wouldn't you see that?
I don't think you can make exceptions on tariffs. You have to get
Yes,
rid
you
of
can.
them as a whole.
Tariffs are strictly within the legislative purview, and the fact that Trump right now is wielding them is wildly illegal, and he knows it, but the courts are taking a slow walk to actually addressing them. That's why the first tariffs round was removed and then put back, is because he had to use another excuse, because the judge, even of the Supreme Court, decided that it was obviously unconstitutional.
Gotcha.
But here, the whole question with this is, if you have the power to control legislation, as the whole thing with lobbyists seems to suggest, wouldn't you put more money in order to fix this insane problem that is like removing so much of their profit? Why would this be going on?
I don't know that they can sway it quite like that. I think it's on bills that are are going to be passed or will be passed. Or won't be passed, depending on how things go.
Yeah, but then if they don't really have the power to change anything, what the fuck's the point?
Opinions.
Yeah, if it sways opinion on the margin because the person making that opinion has more information, that's the system that I'm describing.
Or different information is really what I'm arguing.
I think
and I know lobbyists like to stretch the truth.
Well, then it's your representative's job to not be a retard, right?
Yeah, but you can't rely on almost any person in office to do the right thing for the little.
Okay. In any case, I need to go, but here for today, I'll just say, please, the next time that you see these medical things, okay, whatever they say, like cancer or about COVID or whatever,
add it more scrutiny.
Not even scrutiny. That's not how you'll get anything good. Okay, look at what they're selling. Look at why they're doing things. The reason why, like you know me a little bit, like I do videos. The reason why I do my tech videos is because I like making them, and I have some kind of pleasure that just comes from the fact that I like give knowledge. Like that's fun to me.
Yeah.
But are these people, at least for medical, that's pretty much the homework that I'm giving out. Are these people for medical, are they interested in spreading the truth? Is this like something that is important to them? Or when we look at the background of all that, does it look like they're in a fucking 50%, over 50% margin industry, and they're making so much money that the truth doesn't fucking matter at this point? Like, I mean...
I'll definitely look
yeah.
if I stumble upon.
Yeah, that's all. So yeah, we've had a good yap. Did you have anything else before I go? All right, so that, I'll take that for a no. That was fun. Wow, what a frame. Anyway, okay, so that was fun. Have a good day, and bye bye.
See you.